country in the world, and it is worth fighting for. It is worth bleeding for, and if it takes it, it's worth dying for the greatest country that this world has ever seen.
Fire and pee on the dog. Welcome. It is Monday morning, Inauguration Day. Come on, dear America family. There it is.
Whoop, whoop.
The confetti still comes down. And my dog ran off. I'm Chad Prather filling in for Graham Allen, who's having a big old time in Washington, D.C. How many people are excited? I want to see a big American flag emoji fired up in the chat this morning. Let me see your patriotism, a little red, white, and blue. Put the American flag in the chat. Let me know you're here. We got 1,200 people watching. 1,800 people watching this thing on Rumble right now. Let's see if we can get it up to 20,000 total viewers on Facebook, on X, on Rumble, on YouTube, all the places. And the only way we can do that is if you, the Dear America family, will like it and share it. I mean, you don't even have to smash the like button. You can caress it. You can rub it. You can make it feel that Trump love. We are moving into the golden era, folks, and we are going to be with you for a long time. This is a marathon Dear America episode this morning. We're going to take you all the way through the swearing-in ceremony there in the rotunda of the Capitol in America's heart, Washington, D.C. Donald John Trump, 47th President of the United States, J.D. Vance, the Vice President, and we have got a strong team of patriotic Avengers that are going to bring freedom and liberty and a whole lot of good stuff back to America, man. We're making America great again. Thank you guys for joining us this morning. Hope y'all had a great weekend. There are so many headlines to get into, and we're going to get into them momentarily. In the meantime, here's what I want everybody to do. I want you to fill that chat up with those patriotic flags. I want you to show me that American flag, and I want you guys to say a little prayer with me. Just say a little prayer with me, okay? Normally we end the episodes with prayer. I just want you guys to agree with me right now that in the name of Jesus, we're going to have peace in Washington, D.C. This is going to be a peaceful transition of power. And Father, you are going to take control, and your kingdom is going to come, and your will is going to be done on earth as it is in heaven. And we thank you for this day. It's going to be a day of celebration, no tragedy, no loss, no fear, no anxiety. Just have your way, Lord. In your name we pray. Amen. It's going to be a good day, folks. It's going to be a good day, folks. And I don't want to wait any longer. I want to tell you guys, I want to bring our panel on. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a long day. We got a lot to get into. Before we do, let me just go ahead and jump right into the Wellness Company. The Wellness Company is going to take care of you. You guys know they've been trotting out everything they can to try to scare you, to put the fear tactics out there. And yes, sometimes people do get sick. I mean, it is kind of that season where those sniffles and those sneezes and the fevers come. But I want you guys to be prepared. Go to twc.health/Graham and get your emergency medical kit. This has your basic prescriptions in it, the things that you might need on an everyday basis when the things hit your family. You don't want to be caught where you got to go to a drugstore and they don't have it because maybe there's a supply chain issue or they've shut down shipping because your prescriptions come from China. Make sure the Wellness Company has you taken care of. So the amoxicillin, your ivermectin, your Z-Pak, all of those things that you might take on a regular basis, the Wellness Company has you taken care of. They've also got, worst case scenario, they got radiation kits, they got contagion kits, they've got the emergency medical, they even got a children's kit. So get it. twc.health/Graham, and you're like, oh my gosh, look at that price. Use Graham as a promo code. They'll bring that price on down for you. Check them out, twc.health/Graham. Use promo code GRAHAM at the Wellness Company and get your emergency medical kit. All right, guys, let's bring them on. Listen, we're going to call this the FOMO episode because we're not in Washington, D.C. We were all invited. We were all going. And we said, you know what? Somebody's got to stick around here and hold down the fort because we know there's going to be thousands of people who got to go to work on Monday morning, and it's Inauguration Day. And you need to goof off a little bit by plugging in your earbuds and listening to us yell at you for a couple of hours. And you want to be here for the party when we live stream this just incredible inauguration that's coming up later today. But joining me, you guys know him, you love him. He's everybody's favorite redneck. Hot Seat Todd. Y'all welcome him to the program. There he
Dude,
is.
what is going on? Listen, we broke a record last show. Okay, we wanted over 1,000 likes. We actually got 1.8.
Yeah.
Okay, let's jump to 2 today.
Let's go to
all right,
2.
Let's jump to 2. We're gonna be here a while. All right, and so like I said on my socials, guys, like, who wants to watch the inauguration on Fox News or MSNBC or CNN? I mean, you know what? You got Chad Prather.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, you've got the political cowboy of the century here. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to hit the like button, but most importantly, I need you to hit the share button and share it with everybody that you know, because they need to come hang out with us. We're going to be here a while. Yeah. So enjoy the inauguration with us today. This is a historic moment. Today is the day that America changes forever.
Yeah, buddy. It's going to be a good time, Todd.
Yes, it is.
And I want to, everybody keeps asking. And you know how you see that movie Beetlejuice? You say his name 3 times, he shows up. Mm-hmm. What would happen if we said Tony, 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 and Mexican Tony showed up? Everybody.
Oh my God, there he is. Oh my God.
I mean, do I have to break out in that song? It feels good. You remember that? Remember that Tony group back in the day? I have to start dancing around everywhere. What up, everybody? Good morning. Good to be back. Welcome. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Tony, Tone.
Dude, watching you guys. Oh, thanks, Chad.
I tried so hard. You know, I even called Home Depot and was like, hey, you need a Mexican? I got one.
Watching you guys from Oregon, I was so like, I wish I was there with you guys, just, doing the show. But, it's a great time in Oregon. Spent time with my mom. It was awesome. But good to be back. Good to be back with you guys and excited for today. I mean, I've been seeing so much stuff on the inauguration and everything. I'm so pumped for today. So good to be here, guys. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hello. Good morning. I'm so excited. You know, Count Dooku. You know, Chad, you said assembling the Avengers earlier, and this morning I was like, you know what? Today is like when Thor in Avengers Infinity War swooped down in Wakanda with Stormbreaker and just ready to kick some A. Trump is Thor.
You know what? Let's do. Let's start with a couple of negatives, I guess. Some things that are kind of weird. The Biden administration's on the way out today. On my show, yes, we will be there at 2, 1 Central. On my show, I'm going to show you the 25 pictures that shaped the Biden administration, because you have to look at where you came from to know where you're going. If you know where you came from, the future looks a whole lot brighter as we head into the 47th presidency with Donald Trump. So, first of all, Todd, what is the 28th Amendment? I mean, what is it?
So the 28th Amendment is one of those amendments that doesn't exist, unfortunately. And like, I went on a tear on my socials because I remember being a kid and growing up and watching the Schoolhouse Rock. On how like bills are made and
I'm just a bill.
Exactly. And like none of this happened, but Biden comes out and he's like, yes, the 28th Amendment. And we're all sitting back going, no, that doesn't exist. But what was funny is like watching all of the Democrats just jump on board with it. Like Kamala, posted it. AOC posted it. The turd from Oregon posted it. And they were all excited that like, oh yeah, the new 28th Amendment. Yeah, great. Biden couldn't color in the lines of
No.
And he made an amendment. Yeah, I don't think so.
No. And so basically, they basically were touting an equal rights amendment. They're trying to push this type of narrative through, this agenda-driven garbage. The Equal Rights Amendment is now the law of the land. I'm sorry, I know you've been using your pen to sign the executive orders all this time, Joe, and getting whatever you want, just pushing it through. But you can't just pass an amendment. You can't add an amendment to the Constitution based on your decision. Believe it or not, there is a rule of law in this country. There is a way of doing it, and facts do trump your feelings. And yes, pun is intended. But it basically guarantees all Americans equal rights and protections under the law, regardless of their sex. Tony, who's lost rights? I mean, what rights are they missing? I'm confused on this deal.
I think we're all confused. I mean, I'm confused. I honestly don't know how they can just do whatever they want. I mean, we saw with that whole sham trial they did with Trump, as they were adding and removing laws to try to convict Trump in New York, and I think they're just continuing this whole cycle where they think they can do whatever they want. Is my opinion. So.
Well, and Tony, me and you were talking pre-show that like you literally got into an argument with somebody in Oregon over that particular subject. You know, I mean, I can't even imagine what you had to deal with in Oregon for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, it was something. I ran into people who surprisingly heard about me being on the show, and they were like, "How could you be on that show? You know, you're ethnic, you're a minority. How could you even blah blah blah?" And it was hilarious because I was like, because I'm not an idiot, because I'm not stupid. I don't want to. I mean, I am for the living in a great country. We can't have open border policies, and we can have stupid. I mean, it was just an on and on and on conversation, and we were just going back and forth. The arguments were just so epic that we were having back and forth, and like I was telling Todd, the conversations I was having, I was keeping my voice very, very stern, very, very just normal, and they were just freaking out, climbing the walls, just could not believe what was coming out of my mouth, and I was like, you're the one freaking out over here. I'm literally just trying to have a conversation with you, and it was just epic. I wish I had it recorded. I would have been.
So you're telling me that the people. You're telling me, Tony, that the people that were arguing with you were being condescending to you because you're a minority and trying to tell people what you should believe and how you should behave and how you should talk.
Yeah, that was exactly what was happening there.
Well, see, I'm surprised that you didn't tell him the truth. Like, how are you on that show? And I'm like, well, I know why he's on the show, because we're all like cracker-tastic, and we can't say the things that Tony can say and get away with it. So when we have to talk about those things, we all just go, Tony?
Yeah. Now, Megan Duthu. A couple of people are asking about Megan. Megan's got her show. She's on the Dear American Network as well. She's right here on this Rumble channel. She's on 7:30. Is that right?
Yes, sir. 7:30 Central.
I always get confused on those half-hour deals. Since 7:30 Central. But Megan, now that Trump's back in office, you've heard that women will not be allowed to speak anymore. So let's. I'm glad you're here so that you got a couple of hours.
Yes, I have a couple of hours, thank God, before this, is enacted and goes into law, that women just cannot speak, women can't have opinions, women can't do anything, women can't have babies, women can't abort their babies, all the things women can't do. No rights are being taken away. Nothing. Nothing being taken away.
They're not. And I thought maybe you might wear your Handmaid's Tale outfit today.
I do wear red. I could pull this up over my head.
No, don't mess up your hair for the. You look too good. Trust me. She's the only person who got up and actually took care in her personal appearance.
Yeah,
the rest of us.
True.
I threw on this jersey. People are asking about it. You can go to my website at prathertees.com. We actually have, I think there's 3 or 4 of these in each size left. You can go get one. But this was that tweet on the 28th Amendment. The President of the United States, Joe Biden, was community noted on that tweet. If you scroll down there, Todd, if you could see it, the National Archivist, who is responsible for enrolling the amendments, said, no, that has not been ratified. That has not happened. But again, these people call those things that are not as though they were. So again, bye-bye, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's going to go away.
Yeah.
No more Joe Biden.
No more Joe Biden. We're done.
Bye.
And you know what? Here's the deal. He's all the last minute efforts, all the pardons, all the garbage that he's doing. This is a negative thing. This should piss people off. Now, I think there's a way around it. We'll discuss that. But last minute 12th hour pardons. He has now pardoned General Mark Milley. He is pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci and members of the J6 Congressional Committee. have all gotten preemptive pardons. I don't know why you pardon people who haven't committed a crime.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But Dr. Fauci, who is not regarded in the science community, is not regarded. I mean, this guy is a criminal. There should be Nuremberg trials for this guy. If everybody is in agreement with me on that, like you know how the emperor gives you the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I think we need a big thumbs down emoji going on in the chat. I don't think Fauci should be allowed to leave the Coliseum. I just don't think he should be allowed. Like
Not at all.
Sorry, there needs to be a Nuremberg trial. So let's give me some. There needs to be some thumbs down in the chat, boys, girls. I say it like Megan's got multiple personalities. What was your reaction to that this morning? Like first thing this morning, you knew it was coming, right? Todd, you knew it was coming.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, I mean, Chad, me and you grew up in the country, and you have this age-old saying that a guilty dog barks.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's just a guilty dog barks. And so why would you pardon these people like if they did nothing wrong?
Yep.
If Fauci did nothing wrong, if Liz Cheney did not like suppress and go after the witnesses and scare them into saying what needed to be said. And let's just be honest here. Like, I know you're a general. I don't care because a general can be a turd. Mark Milley is a mouth-breathing, rock with lips, worthless human being, period. Yes. And I'm not going to sit here and go out on a limb and say all these people need to be in jail, but all of this stuff needs to be brought to light. Everything that was said, done, lied about, all the conspiracy theories that we said for the last 6 to 8 months that now has come out and been true. All of that needs to be brought to the light. I don't care about prison time because I like a ruined reputation way more than prison time. So let's go that route.
And if the GOP in Congress had a backbone, they would still drag him in front of Congress. Because he can't plead the Fifth anymore. So with this pardon, you can't plead the Fifth anymore.
Correct.
And let's get to the bottom of this stuff. He will go down in history, as Rand Paul said on X this morning, as the first American scientist who has ever been pardoned for a crime. This guy, if anything ever proves the responsibility of this doctor death, of who had responsibility for the COVID pandemic, it is this pardon reveals all of that stuff. This is just absolutely disgusting, and I think the states can still go after him. I mean, this is a federal pardon, so I think the states can still go after him.
As well they should, especially New York, which wasn't it Cuomo that got a lot of people killed in elder homes over this thing. I mean, there's just been so many things that have come out in the last 6 months, which is, of course, this is what the government does. They tell you one thing and they tell you everything's going to be fine. Then they suppress it on social media and they run all the conspiracy theories who are always right off of social media. And then 2-3 years later, they go, yeah, y'all are right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So real
Go
quick,
ahead, Tony.
question. I know this is a federal pardon that they gave out, but is it like an umbrella federal pardon? Like he can go out and murder somebody in the street and say,
No.
Okay,
It's like Hunter Biden. So, like, he is being, him and the rest of these turds, they have a pardon for certain things. Like Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was pardoned for all this, the guns, drugs, and all that stuff. But if Hunter Biden went out tomorrow and got caught buying crack, then that doesn't cover that. These pardons don't cover these people for the rest of their lives. And trust me, Hunter gonna mess up eventually. We know that.
Yeah. Well, they're all running scared because Trump said on day one. So today, part of his plan was to start uncovering the January 6th stuff and get down to the committee, Fauci, all the people that were on that congressional committee, and uncovering all that stuff and unveiling the actual truth behind it. And they're running scared. So, of course, Joe Biden pardoned everybody.
And I'll guarantee you, if it's not happening right now as we speak, he's writing up a pardon for his brother, James Biden.
Yeah,
because
ain't no
these
doubt.
people I mean, this will go. This has been a criminal administration, and the fact that you're going to pardon the J6 guys, the Liz Cheneys of the world, they need to not only pardon the J6 prisoners, they need to have a limo waiting outside of the penitentiary, and they need to drive them home. They need to compensate them. There needs to be full reconciliation. There needs to be reparation. They need to take care of these people. They have been treated like monsters. Because, again, the Biden administration politicized and weaponized everything they could about with anybody. Anybody. Do you understand what would be happening to all of us, those of you in the chat, those of you listening, if Kamala Harris had won this thing? I mean, we wouldn't be here today. I guarantee you they would have already shut us down. We would not be sitting here chatting freely in this Rumble chat. We would not be sitting here talking. They would already be coming after us. I'm telling you that what they telegraph what they're going to do by accusing us. And so the fact that they are doing all these pardons just proves that they expect the same treatment back towards them.
100%.
The weaponization of the Department of Justice.
Yep.
And I don't think that it's going to be this big weaponization. I think you go after the people who are guilty. And you can't tell me, and it's amazing to me how many people out there who argue, and like Tony was talking about, these people that are on the government teat. I mean, who are just suckling at the breast of government dependence, and they want to defend these bureaucrats like they're in cahoots with you. They don't support you. They don't love you. They don't like you. They're not interested in you. They're using you as a pawn.
Not at all. Wasn't it? Yeah, it was Tampon Teen Tickler Tim that come out and said that the First Amendment is not absolute.
Right.
Yeah. No, bro, it is absolute. You know,
Yeah.
100% absolute. Now, granted, I have the freedom to say whatever the freaking heck I want to say on that show. I mean, just because it's free doesn't mean it's a good idea, but it is still absolute. There, Timmy.
And again, I'll say it over and over again. I'll say it ad nauseum. In a free market of ideas, in a place where there is freedom of speech, there's no such thing as disinformation or misinformation or even hate speech, because critical thinking takes over, and you know the difference between those things. But critical thinking has been gone, long gone, forever. So again, they're just going to keep on pardoning. They can pardon. That's what they're going to do. And yes, those of you who are asking, Royce and Graham are in Washington, D.C. Who do you guys, Tony, do you have any FOMO? Are you missing out? Do you have it? Do you feel it at all? Do you miss being there?
Do I miss being where in DC?
D.C. In D.C.
No. Do I miss being out freezing my nuts off? No, I don't. No, I'm good. I'm good right here.
Look, I talked to him last night, and you know we've got that Arctic thing coming through the south right now, and it's like 18 degrees outside right
It's
now.
9 degrees here.
Yeah, and we were all talking, and Graham was like, "Oh, it's like 38 here." I was like, "Shut up."
I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had like backstage tickets to go meet President Trump and all his team, like, oh heck yeah, I'd be there. But I mean, I don't know exactly what's going. I mean, I'm not Graham. I'm not you, Chad. I'm not you, Todd. So I don't have any pull to get back with the elites back there. So do I want to stand in the freezing weather and wait to get into whatever's happening over there?
Yeah.
No, probably not. So
There's only one person on the planet that I'd stand in line to go listen speak, and that'd be Nick Saban. And I'd only probably stand in line for 20 minutes and go, nah, never mind.
Roll Tide.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that line here in a little bit, because everybody was saying there was nobody showing up for Trump's victory rally. We all know that was true. And you know how we know these things are true? Because people they actually, as of yesterday morning, you were able to get back on TikTok and you could see what was going on. TikTok, I mean, did that bother you guys? Did anybody kind of have like TikTok's not a big deal to me. I understand it is to a lot of people. A lot of people use it for their businesses and things like that. I don't know.
Well,
I think I might, the monetization on TikTok, I need to take a screenshot of it at some point. I think maybe I've made about $800 total ever. On TikTok.
Well, I can tell you one person, this dude right here, Harry Sisson Girl Pants, he was on suicide watch when it shut down.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Yeah.
Promise you.
Yeah, he saw that thing going down the drain. Megan, is that a big deal to you? Are you on TikTok a lot?
No, and you know, I understand how people are upset about it because
Sure.
it's their livelihood. Like they've actually made their livelihood, their careers off of TikTok. So I can understand freaking out about it. But if you're an influencer, I'm sorry, get over yourself. But Like I'm on TikTok. I post my content there, but I've luckily never become a doom scroller. I know I messaged you last night. I was like, I'm scrubbing through TikTok. That's probably like the second time in my life that I've ever sat there and scrolled on TikTok.
Yeah, and I understand. Like me personally, you know, when I woke up yesterday morning early, and I didn't. This was before they had undone the ban of TikTok. And my first thought is no, I don't support them shutting it down, because again, if this is a place where we do believe in free speech, the government can't come in there and shut that down. And people say, well, China's going to collect China's already got your information. Trust me,
They got it.
I mean, you've bought stuff online. You bought an Apple phone. Trust me, China has your deets. Okay, they've already got it. And the fact that they're still allowing China to buy American land and American farmland, and there's so much of it, like right here in Texas, that have been purchased by the Chinese nationals and the Chinese government, that ticks me off. And the fact that you're not banning pornography or child pornography or anything like that. The fact that you can just shut TikTok down, and that's your main concern, that really irritates me. But I'm glad that Trump at least negotiated the deal. And I like what Rand Paul had to say again with Brian Kilmeade. He pointed out the fact, he said that everybody says that TikTok's owned by the Chinese government. It's not owned by the Chinese government. 60% of it is owned by various investors. 20% of it is owned by the two people who founded and started TikTok, who are Chinese citizens. And then the other 20% is owned by 7,000 American employees. So this idea that it's owned now, does it report back to China? Have no doubt about it. But so did the spy balloon that floated over here unscathed.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you the scary part about this, and I was on the fence about this for a while, but the alternative was an app called Red Note. And it is straight up like Chinese, like straight up. And you, for whatever reason, you had these tards that were in the military that were literally like videoing aircraft, planes, C-17s, ships, things like that, and posting it on Red Note. That is, and for my folks that are not veterans, that is a major OPSEC, operational security violation. You don't do that. And so all China's doing is they're like, oh, God almighty, hang on. I got to record that video and slow-mo it and just start taking notes on what this is, what that is, what the capabilities of that are. So if the alternative is Red Note, then let's go back to TikTok. All right, just to save that type of stuff and prevent that type of stuff from happening.
Well, for me, having TikTok there, I mean, I do scroll pretty often, but it's not to watch people dance and make idiots of themselves. As we've talked about on the show before, mainstream media is dying. I mean, they lie to us and they spew out just misinformation. So when you go on X and Instagram and TikTok and Facebook, it's usually real people posting real clips about stuff's going on in their neighborhood and around the country and how they feel. That's how I like to get my information now, instead of going on mainstream media, because they're just, like I said, they're just lying to you. So that's why I do it. I mean, I don't post anything on TikTok. I don't go on there for, people making fools of themselves. I literally look for real clips of people doing real things. So that's
I do post on TikTok all the time, and of course get popped like every 30 seconds. But I'm not really concerned with China getting my information, because look, if you're a veteran, I know just like me, about every 3 months I get an email from the Human Resources Department of the United States Army saying, yeah, we were hacked today, and your social security number was one of the numbers that was hacked. So you may want to, it's literally every 3 to 6 months I get an email from the Army. I've been retired since 2018, but apparently China still wants my social. So, whatever.
Well, it's all in the algorithm. It's all in the algorithm. So like what Tony was saying, he gets on there to look at news. So it's all in what you like. Just like Instagram, just like Facebook, just like X, it's all in the algorithm. So yes, all social media platforms are filled with trash. No matter where you're going to go, it's filled with trash.
Correct.
Absolutely.
But if you're constantly liking the things and saving the things that you want to see, it's guaranteed to show up in your algorithm. So it's important for us to get in there and show those types of content creators love and support, by liking, commenting, sharing. Hey, by the way, share this video.
Yeah, well, and again, I've said from the very beginning, if TikTok is going to be a tool that is utilized by the CCP, then yes, that needs to be dealt with if Americans are going to be using it. There does need to be some checks and balances in there. There needs to be some corrections that are in there. And what basically is being said by Trump and the incoming administration is that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to analyze these things, take a look at it, and see what's going on, and try to get where you've got American control over this kind of thing. For those of you who are talking about, it's ruining our kids. That's a parenting problem. That ain't a government problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
So if you want your kids off of screens, which they should be off the screens, that's a parenting issue. That ain't up to Donald Trump or anybody else. So quit with all that stuff. If a person chooses to entertain themselves a certain way, again, you got freedom to do whatever you want to do. If you're bothered and think, listen, I got permanently banned on TikTok last week. Because I put truth on there, and I got permanently banned, and then so I was kind of happy to see them get banned for at least 17 hours. I mean, I've been on the, that's about how long I do the keto diet, and so I'm just sitting there thinking, they got a little taste of their own medicine on that deal. But, of course, they came back. There's got to be some analysis on this kind of deal. But at the end of the day, if you've got a platform whereby people can get on there and spread information and talk, I mean, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's redo this thing and make it right. If they can't do that, then we got a problem. Yeah. But, again, I remind everybody, you've got a lot of misinformation out there. It's not owned by the Chinese government. But, listen, if you don't think your information on Twitter is being spied on by the Chinese government, if you don't think your phone conversations are being spied on by the Chinese government, I mean, I got a piece of beachfront property in Arizona. I'm happy to sell you. So
for real. But the one thing about TikTok and the influencers that are on it that make me nervous is literally this next clip. So like you had this 19-year-old here that literally was arrested for setting fire to a Republican rep in Wisconsin because the TikTok ban. So like he sets fire to a Republican representative's office because TikTok was banned. And it's like you said, Chad, and I agree with you 100%. It's we have a parenting problem, 100%.
Meanwhile, when you open the app, it said we are working with the Trump administration.
And that's back to Todd's original point with Harry Sisson, who was basically thanking Joe Biden for fixing it.
And got community noted for it, too, because here is the real statement right there.
Yeah. Yeah, they are in agreement that TikTok is in the process of restoring service. Thank you, President Trump, for providing the necessary clarity and assurance for our service providers. We'll see. I mean, listen, I'm just telling you, your information is not safe. You're not protected. If you think you're living off the grid or you're in some kind of privacy or something like that, they got your number, dude. I mean, seriously, it's scary, the stuff that's on there. Royce on my show, he didn't know what a road atlas was. So we were giving him a hard time on my show last week because he didn't know what a map. He didn't know what a book with a map in it was. He didn't know what a road atlas was. I was like, everybody should still own a road atlas and a compass. And he was like, I don't know what that is. And I'm like, dude, we got off the show and I opened up Facebook. The first thing on there was people talking about road atlases. So tell me, road atlases?
Yeah.
I mean, tell me they're not listening.
I used to use MapQuest.
Yeah.
Yes, I did
Yeah.
too. Print it
I thought
out.
it was
You
the
print
best
it
thing
out.
in the
The
world.
instructions.
Turn by turn.
That's right.
Hilarious. I was just watching. Have you guys seen the movie The Irishman?
Yes, great movie.
I was watching it when Robert De Niro had his magnifying glass and he was trying to route out his route to get to wherever he was going. It would take him, like he was highlighting, like I'm gonna take this highway, that highway. Obviously, that's the way we used to do it before. I was talking to my daughters about it. Before we used to be driving and trying to look at the map, and it was hilarious because obviously you're trying to flip through the pages if you had a actual map or whatever, and it was like, yep, there wasn't any GPS back then.
God forbid you stop and get the trifold map that you're like,
exactly.
Like this.
Yeah.
You basically have to stop driving, get out, lay it on the hood, and mark your place out.
Go find a payphone. Like, hey, I'm lost. Like, where?
For real.
I missed the turn. Where am I?
Yeah, these days we'd all be challenged with that kind of deal.
Yep.
I love the people who that talk about the TikTok things like, oh, you guys were all for getting rid of TikTok a little while ago. Yeah, as it stood, as it was. I mean, when China was banning it in China, but yet allowing it in America, again, China's not a big proponent of free speech. Okay, so again, what we're saying is, if it can be fixed, fix it. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If it can be again, I think I've made $800 total in my I mean, I got 500,000 followers on TikTok. I don't even know how I got them, but again, they reinstated me when the ban came back from TikTok. They reinstated my permanently banned account. I guess they rethought it or something, so it came back. But my thing is, I barely do anything. I maybe have made $800 total in the lifetime of my TikTok experience. So I don't make money off of TikTok. I've never done anything. I mean, I do live shows every weekend somewhere in America. I don't think I've ever sold a ticket because of TikTok. Mm-hmm. But again, if it can be fixed, fix it. And let me tell you why, guys. We saw what happened with X. If X was not great, it was a cesspool. But you saw what happened. If you can take it and fix it, it can be used as a powerful tool. So shut up with all that whole stuff about.
And a lot of people haven't seen this. I saw this morning. There is a little battle brewing already between Trump and Mike Johnson over this particular issue, because at the party last night, Trump's whole idea was negotiating a deal to where TikTok is going to be owned by 50% of TikTok is going to be owned by an American. Period. Mm-hmm. Is going to control it. Whereas a couple hours later, Mike Johnson was like, no, that's not what we agreed to. We don't want 50% of it. We want all of it. We don't want the CCP to have any part of it whatsoever. We want 100% America. That's what we agreed to. That's what we're going to stick to. And if they don't abide by that, then TikTok's going to no longer exist. So... Yeah.
So does anybody have any insider information there? Is there any traction of any company or any billionaire out there looking to go?
Well, I mean, Kevin O'Leary made a $20 billion offer. If somebody like Kevin O'Leary, who is obviously a proponent of free speech, he's an entrepreneur, he's a businessman, he's a capitalist, he's a free market guy. If somebody like that can be in control of it, I see a bright future for something like that.
I actually heard Shaq this morning.
Really?
Like, no kidding. Like, no kidding. I actually heard Shaq's name this morning.
That's terrible.
Jamie Foxx is going to jump in there too.
Wow. I mean, it's out there, and then it's a matter of. And again, like I said, now again, when I mentioned earlier, you got the 60% of private investors. Some of those are the BlackRocks and the Vanguards of the world, which is not good. That's not good, because again, you're dealing with these agenda-driven. People that are putting their money behind all this kind of stuff that is not good, and that's ultimately going to control everything. So that's the deal. But we'll see what happens on the deal. We got the Trump statement from yesterday at the victory rally. I mean, let's see where they go with this thing. Play that clip.
It's a really simple statement.
Yeah.
As of today, TikTok is back.
Everybody click like and share. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the dogs. Now,
as of today.
And I do say, and what I love about being part of this show, what I love about hanging out with you guys is we always call balls and strikes on this kind of stuff. And I got to admit, and I told you guys a long time ago, when Trump gets in here and he says something I don't agree with, I'm going to say it, because Trump was a big proponent of banning TikTok when he was in office. Like, he was really big against getting rid of it, and now all of a sudden, and I think what happened was during the election process, he got a TikTok account. He had some 21-year-old show him the ropes, and he went huge, and that boded well for his numbers with the younger crowd. And so I think he's now seeing that as, oh my God, if Republicans would just do this, we'd win more elections. Because on TikTok, before Trump, the only thing these kids are hearing is AOC, you mama make me happy, Joy Reid. That's all they're hearing. And so when you hear that over and over and over and over again, your entire DNA and thought process changes because that's the only truth that you're hearing. So I don't know why he's come back and decided to give it a shot, but it's got to be done right. It's got to be done right.
There's two people in his life that I think made the difference, Barron and Elon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barron creates the TikTok. He gets 10 million of his followers like almost immediately, and he's like, hey, I like this. This is good. This is good. and then you've got the Elon effect with X, and I think they see that it could be used. Now, again, I don't know if it's true or not. I think I heard something about China was saying they'd rather it be banned than be sold to an American company. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that something's got to happen. Something's got to happen. There's a potential for it to be a great tool that's there. It's never been of value to me personally, but that doesn't mean it's not to a lot of people. And I can appreciate where both people are coming from both directions.
Yeah.
But I think.
Go ahead, Amy.
Sorry, Tony.
Go ahead.
I think Todd's right. I think Trump got on there and realized how beneficial it was, especially he's a businessman. He probably saw these people that use TikTok as a business in a career, like I mentioned earlier. But also, for years, when he was talking about banning it and getting rid of it, there were so many people who were like, no, TikTok is great. TikTok is very useful. And what did he do? He got on there and he actually dived into it and he listened to the people and is trying to make a change with the app. He's trying to keep it around as long as he can and make changes for the good, for the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do what you want with China and TikTok. That's fine. Just leave my PlayStation alone, please.
Well, to your point, Megan, and also remember, if you guys remember back in the day when the presidential election was going on, Harris and the Democrats, they were kicking our butts with all the social media platforms. And Graham's many times he's like, dude, they need to call me. We need to get back in there. And I think to that, they saw how powerful tools those things were and got a TikTok, and look what happened. I mean, it got so many young voters out there to vote for him, and he sees it as a tool, just to your point there, man. Yeah, they need to use it and keep on using it to keep the voters engaged with them and what's going on in the White House. I think that's a very powerful tool to do it. And if they do it right, to your point, Chad, if they get in there and they fix it like X, I mean, it can only make us more stronger, more powerful there. So
yeah, especially with the young generations.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I mean, Charlie Kirk is already blazing the path to reach all of this younger generation. And so I can see where TikTok can help, but I can also see where TikTok can hurt. But to each his own. Let's see. Y'all, we're at 18,500 right now. So share. We're trying to get to 20,000 before we get it. Just like a genie on a lamp. Just hit it for us. It takes 2 seconds to do it.
Everybody keeps talking about smash the like button. I'm like, that's so violent. This is a peaceful transition of power today. Just rub the like button.
Just rub it.
Gentle.
Caress the like button. Oh. Hey, I want to get to AOC in a second.
Yes.
I mean, no one has ever said that.
Oh, please don't.
No one has ever said that. But I want to remind everybody, with the inauguration coming up in just a matter of moments, literally, we've got, what have we got, about 2 hours until the inauguration, I think? We're about something like that.
Yep.
Hour and a half before we're going to start into that coverage. We're going to be here. We're going to be here all the way through the deal. You've got an opportunity to head over to betonline.ag, betonline.ag. I got people in the chat. They're always like, I can't believe you guys are promoting gambling. We're promoting entertainment that you can go look at. You ain't got to bet on it. And by the way, the Bible doesn't say anything about gambling. You can start that up in the chat. But betonline.ag, you get in the menu, scroll down to the politics section, and you can actually see where the moneymakers or the money layers, let's put it like that, where they're laying the money on things that are going to happen both with the inauguration as well as in the new administration as well as the confirmation. So, is Greenland going to become a state or a province? Where we're going to take in Canada? What are the odds on all this kind of stuff? Will Donald and Melania divorce? I mean, that's some incredible odds they got going there. But you can go there and check it out. And folks, it's fun. It's entertaining. Just go take a look at it. betonline.ag. And some of you, that actually is entertainment for you. It's actually what you use to entertain yourself. You pay for entertainment by betting on things. Believe it or not, it's an industry. So check it out, betonline.ag. Go over there and check out their political lines. They're having some fun with it, and it's okay to laugh a little bit and take a look at the numbers. And if nothing else, entertain yourself by seeing what those lines are, seeing what all the things are. It's pretty interesting, these proposition bets that you can go over there and check out.
Yeah.
Fun stuff, man. Fun stuff. Ben,
Hey,
man.
real quick, Chad. Hey, Todd. People are saying that Chad and my mics are low compared
right.
to yours and Megan.
Well,
So-
turn your mics up.
Can you control it? Get number two? Not number two. Let's see. Don't touch anything, Steve. Party Foul Steve's over there at the helm, and he'll just start pushing buttons. So we
What
gotta
does this do?
we got to be careful with that.
Speaking of Melania, I am so excited to see her back at the White House because to me, she is the most gorgeous first lady.
Yeah, but
I'm
she's
about
not,
to get real girly.
She's not going to be there though. Like she's already announced that she's not going to be staying in the White House because she wants to, be with Barron. Which I think as a mother, that's amazing.
I think that is amazing.
I
too.
love it.
But I'm just hoping that there's a turn in the tide because she got snubbed so many times being featured on the cover of Vogue, and then they put freaking Jill Biden on there.
Yeah.
I'm like, have you seen Melania? Have you seen her? She's gorgeous.
For sure.
She is. And I want to talk about somebody who's not so gorgeous. She has her moments, but still, that ain't one of them. Okay, AOC. Todd, take it. I'm gonna go turn my mic up.
Got it. So before we play the clip and hear what this demon-crat has to say, let me remind you that it wasn't too long ago that President Trump sued ABC for defamation, won $15 million for labeling him as a racist. And of course, AOC, aka the vodka mixer, posts this. It looks like a Snapchat story, but y'all hear it.
All these journalists are like, Congresswoman, are you going to the inauguration? Congresswoman, are you going to the inauguration? Are you going to the inauguration? Let me make myself clear. I don't celebrate rapists.
Okay.
So no, I'm not going to the inauguration tomorrow.
And I just have to be honest here. A lot of people are like, Trump, and me and Tony talk about this all the time. We got to live and let live. No, we don't. Because this kind of stuff is going to continue until they get the slap on the wrist. All right. And I'm sorry to say, and I hate it for her little $13 million personal wealth. I think Trump needs to file, Alina Habba needs to go ahead and draft it up right now. And needs to sue AOC for defamation for calling Trump a racist. And because that's how we learn.
She's a nut job.
Listen, there's got to be some accountability in this whole thing. I mean, these people have decided just that they can say whatever they want to say without consequence. They've been used to that, and I hope that day is over. I mean, it's one thing to have free speech. It's another thing to spread false information and libel. I mean, it's just like Barack Obama right before the election, who spread the fine people on both sides lie once again. These guys are liars. I mean, they are absolute liars, and they need to be held accountable for this stuff.
Well, they're always touting that there's propaganda on the right side. And like you said, they need to be held accountable. They're always spewing lies, literal lies. They're never telling the truth. And so accountability, I'm hoping, is like one of the main priorities with Trump when he gets in office today, is holding these people accountable by spreading false information. I don't want to call it misinformation. It's literally false. It's not the truth. It is not the truth. And even AOC came in and said something about Trump is working closely with TikTok and that they're going to be using it as a propaganda tool by the Chinese, and understand they're using it as a propaganda tool for the right. Okay, I'm sorry. What has social media and Meta and all this been doing for the last, 10 years, 12 years, 16 years of the last Democratic presidents? All they've been doing is using it to shut down the right, to shut us up.
It's really simple, President Trump and Alina Habba. You hammer AOC. You you take her money from her,
Yeah.
make her have to shop at Dollar General for a couple years, and maybe she'll think before she opens her stupid mouth next time.
Well,
won't.
the hypocrisy is just mind blowing. They had Bill Clinton coming out and speaking at Harris rallies. I mean, it's mind blowing that these people think so little of Trump out there. But like I said, they have former President Clinton out there doing what he did in the Oval Office. And it's just like I said, it's just mind blowing that whenever you have conversations with somebody on the left, it's just I just sit back and I just have to laugh and just I can't slap this person in the face because I go to jail, but just the way it is.
But Lord have mercy, you can, man.
And again, I see people in the comments who are saying, "Oh, she said rapist, not racist." It doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't. The issue is you can't just carte blanche just start labeling people with these things anymore. George Stephanopoulos and ABC, they've learned that. We saw over and over again where Sonny Hostin on The View had to keep apologizing, make the legal disclaimers over Matt Gaetz. You can't just keep throwing these things out there. And again, Trump is not convicted of rape. That was not what the case was.
Correct.
A civil case where you're being held liable for that. I mean, this politispeak and this law speak of the lawfare, where you have activist judges who are going after Donald Trump. I mean, how many times do we have to prove this thing over and over and over again? So again, when you just keep having these talking heads or these Congress people, politicians, bureaucrats, or mainstream media who are just going to jump on there and keep these things alive in people's minds, there's got to be an end to that. At some point in time, there's got to be an end to this kind of stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
AOC once said on 60 Minutes that it's best to be morally correct than factually correct.
Yeah, and can we just be honest for a second? Have you really taken a good hard look at E. Jean Carroll? Like, I mean, she looks like ain't nobody. No, like she looks like Gargamel from the Smurfs. Like, just stop it.
We can go. I've always tried to remind everybody Donald Trump was a playboy. Okay, no doubt about it.
Big
Billionaire
time.
playboy,
Big time.
I mean, listen, I would have gone if he wanted to. Whatever, party with me, I would have shaved, okay? I'm just saying, I would go behind the velvet rope to the bottle service and hung out in the curvy couch in the back of Studio 54 with Donald Trump. You knew what you were getting into. You knew who you were hanging out with. I mean, from Ivana to Marla Maples to, I mean, all the women that the cover of Playboy, the whole thing. I've never looked at my son and said, I want you to grow up and be like Donald Trump. Like, I've never said that.
No.
And never will. I appreciate where Donald Trump has been and where he has come to. But again, the man has a past. He's done a lot of things. I say all this to say, I've seen the bevy of females that he's had in his life. And I'm telling you, I just don't think E. Jean Carroll was the problem.
No.
I don't think
Not
that
at
was the
all.
temptation.
Yeah. This is a chick that went on to, what was it, Anderson Cooper, and was like, rape is sexy.
Yeah, she said that to Anderson Cooper. That's right.
I'm like, yeah, okay, no, that's, no,
Yeah.
no, don't think so.
You guys, I want to wake the chat up. Let's wake the chat up. We got how many active viewers do we have across the platform?
Right now, we're sitting at 19,810, 7,000 on Rumble. Smash the like button.
Hit the
Let's
like
go.
button. Share it. Throw me some bye-bye hands, some wavy bye-bye hands, because today we're saying goodbye to the Biden administration.
Before we move on from AOC, which I
Let's
really
talk
want
about
to
her.
do, have you guys heard any traction on her making a run for president for the next
it's gonna happen.
cycle?
Yeah,
Because I haven't been
that
following
conversation
anything
will
on
be
that.
there.
Yeah, you get ready. She will be on. I don't know if it'll be president, but at the very least, yeah, her name, it will be somebody AOC. My prayer is Harris AOC, because like that's like playing the freaking Dallas Cowboys right now.
Well,
so
I'll
Oh,
tell
we
you,
just hit 20,000.
there it is.
There it is,
Boom.
20,000. That's what we wanted to hit today. We want to, Todd said he wants 2,000 likes. I think we need about 3,000 today on Graham's Rumble page. I think 3,000 likes is very doable, because we're going to be here a long time. We're going to go through the inauguration. Graham and Royce are both in D.C. for the inauguration. Graham and Alyssa posted that beautiful picture of themselves last night.
Thank you.
Graham looking dapper in his
just
faux hawk and tuxedo.
freaking
Alyssa
James Bond
looking
here.
amazing. Alyssa's just so beautiful, and I don't know how in the world. It's sort of like people with me. They And I think they asked Graham how, and they asked her why. You know, so, Graham looking amazing too. But they're up there doing it, and we're going to talk a little bit about the security and the things that are going on, and some of the insider information that we're hearing about what's happening in D.C. today. But I will say that. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's exciting. You know what? Hang on a second. Hang on. You know what we need as we head towards the end of the first hour. Hang on.
A confetti popper?
Oh, we need another popper.
Yeah.
When I did the confetti at the beginning of the show, my big border doodle, she's a big baby. I haven't seen her since. She took off, went downstairs. Are y'all ready for this?
Let's go full screen with it.
Let's do
baby.
it. Here we go. I always feel weird doing it down here, but. There it is. Oh yeah, that just makes me happy.
That was my first experience with the confetti popper there, Chad. I
love it, and thanks to Megan for the tune behind it. That was nice. That was perfect.
That was everything I thought it was going to be.
If you it turned
made
me
all your
on.
dreams come true.
If you guys could see this room, oh wow, it is covered everywhere, dude. I got streamers. Anyway. I'm excited, dude. I'm excited. I'm even gonna get dressed up for the inauguration later on. I'm gonna put on my inauguration clothing. And it's gonna be good. It's gonna.
Don't be bringing no birthday suits up in here.
I might. We got a streaker.
I'm going streaking.
This turned into a totally different show.
That'd be a whole different deal. But again. Graham is in D.C. and they're having a good time. We were invited. I was invited to so many different. I'm just going to just tell you guys. I was invited to so many different things this week, and I just said I just don't want to go be up there in 15-degree weather. I just don't want to do it. I want to stay here. I got stuff that I want to say. I want to hang out with Tony and Todd and Megan, and so that's what we're doing. And you know what's more important is that you guys that are watching, you guys that are engaging in the chat, you guys that are listening, you're here, and we love you because this is family. This is the Dear America family, man, and it's all because of you guys is why people like Graham get to go to D.C. and be a part of what's happening up there. And you know what? Those folks actually listen to Graham. He helps shape what's happening up there. So that's a beautiful thing.
And he can do it because I don't want no part of it. I'm good. I'll stay my little redneck butt right here where I'm at, nice and comfortable.
It's cold up there, dude. It's cold up there, and there are some security issues. I'll tell you something that happened over the weekend that I didn't like. It bothered me. There were several things, but this one just stuck in my craw, and I didn't say anything publicly about it. But Snoop Dogg, you know what? This dude, absolutely not. You guys remember, we're going to play this clip for you. You can earmuff it. We got it mostly bleeped out. But this was Snoop like a couple of years ago. And don't forget, this is the same guy who did a music video where he did a mock assassination of Trump.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right.
Yeah.
He did. He did the whole thing. He did the mock assassination of Trump in his music video. And you can earmuff it. You tell, warning if you got the kids around or whatever. Even though it's bleeped out, you could still know this is pretty strong. This was Snoop 2 years ago. Play it.
I just want to say this real quick now on the political shit. Ain't no fucking way in the world y'all can vote for Donald Trump when he come back up again. If y'all do vote for him, y'all some stupid motherfuckers. I'm saying that to y'all. And this punk motherfucker don't care. Don't vote for that nigga. Please don't. Look what he do. He just don't give a fuck. Y'all honest, blue-collar, hard-working people and suffering. So if he don't care about y'all, he really don't give a fuck about us. So fuck him too. And fuck everybody down with Donald Trump. I said Snoop Dogg. Fuck him.
All right. Well, then over the weekend they got him out there DJing, rapping. I don't even know what Snoop Dogg does. Don't care.
Here he is now.
I mean, that's a post made by Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. I'm gonna have to talk with Ted. This is Ted's daughter. Folks, listen, you got the freedom to do what you want to do, but Snoop's out there at an inauguration ball, and he's on stage, and suddenly he's pro-Trump. I mean, I remember a couple of months ago where he said, I got nothing but love for Trump. I got nothing but love for Trump. And these guys, they follow the money. They follow the clout. I've warned you guys over and over again. I've said it about Elon Musk. Always be careful when you got somebody that consistently inserts themselves into the conversation, depending on where the flow is going. And I don't like this at all.
Not a bit.
At
Not a bit.
all.
he comes out with like distinct points of why he flip-flopped, cool.
You're gonna go. 70% of America voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah. But if he came
Just-
out and said, "This is why I've changed my mind,"
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom,
Well,
bullet points, and I'd be like, cool.
It's the same principle of sports. You know, back in the 2000s, all of a sudden everybody was a Patriots fan, and now all of a sudden everybody's a Chiefs fan. Like, I mean, all he did was he was listening to Hollywood and the rest of the tards there that had no freaking clue of what a real. He ain't suffered a day in his life in the last 30 years. Like, if Snoop Dogg woke up in the morning with my bank account, he'd jump out of a freaking window. So, I mean, you have no pulse on the American people. And so you're walking around in Hollywood and they're, you know, again, like TikTok, they're filling your head with all this meth and madness. And let's not forget how many brain cells he's lost over the last, 20, 25 years from smoking dope so freaking much. But now he's like, oh, he's actually going to win and people like him. Well, I don't want 70 million Americans pissed off at me. I still need to sell records.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we talked about this after the election, and remember, Todd, we were having that conversation about how we wanted the real people, the real patriots, not just people who overwhelmingly voted for Trump. And I mean, just playing the devil's advocate, trying to wrap my brain here, he did a 180. Obviously, we can see, with that video we just saw, and now he's over at the celebration for him. It could be money. It could be that he just had a total shift in brain and just say, you know what, this guy has got something that the majority of America is following, and I need to jump on that bandwagon because I don't want to be part of the minority that's not. Because we saw a lot of the people that were in the closet Trump supporters, they started coming out, in full-fledged for the election. You saw that. And we were like, where you guys been, for the last 4 years? And, I mean, could it be that he just saw the light and he's just like, okay, I'm done with these dumbasses over here with the Biden administration, and now I want to get with the winners, or again, you could just do it for the money. Who knows what it is? But I mean, at this point, he's a very powerful elite person in Hollywood. He's into all kinds of stuff. Him and Dr. Dre and all those people. I mean, if to have somebody in your corner that has that kind of pull. I mean, you're talking about, the Dana Whites, the Snoop Dogs, all the elite people that are backing Trump now. I mean, I'd rather have him as a supporter than somebody talking against him, because tons of young people follow him on TikTok and all his music and all that. So
and I do agree, like, with him and Nelly and Rick Ross and the rest of those guys playing at that. But it's something like I was blown away. And Chad, you can probably speak a little bit more to this about something that John Rich said last week, that there are a lot of country music singers in Nashville that are pro-Trump. They're just they're too
quiet.
worried. They're just too worried to come out and say and be vocal about it. Whereas I'm like, man, when I was growing up, country music was the outlaw stuff. Like, we said what we wanted to say, how we, like you see right now out of me and Chad. That is what country music was. We came out, we said what we wanted to say, and if you didn't like it, then, I mean, go play in traffic. We didn't care. And so, look, I have no respect for you as an actor, an actress, a professional athlete, somebody that has a lot of influence on social media. I have no respect for you if you have an opinion and you're afraid to share it because of what a sponsor might say or what my teammates might say. Dude, suck it. All right? Like,
well, they've all watched. And John Rich called me the other day. We talked on the phone for a minute, and we talked a little bit about this. And John's going to come on the show either this week or next, and he'll talk about it. So we'll let him fill you in on his opinion on that deal, because John doesn't shy away from all of that stuff. But, you got the Jason Aldeans of the world. You look how much crap Jason Aldean caught over Try That in a Small Town, the music video. And then Carrie Underwood lost 1.5 million Spotify followers in less than a week. So they see stuff like that, and they're afraid to come out. Travis Tritt came out and retweeted John Rich's stuff, and then you have the people out there who have just kind of ground through the hard times over the last couple of years, lost jobs, lost gigs, lost money, lost revenue, lost fans, lost friends, lost family, all this stuff. You got to give a big old hand clap to the guys who have stood in there and said, this is my conviction, this is what I believe. I don't care what some displaced Hollywood executive that is now in Nashville running these record labels has to say about it. This is what I believe, because I believe there's enough Americans out there, true patriots, like people right here in the Dear America family. There's enough people out there to support artists out there and say, you know what we like. We're going to support the people that support the things that we do. And it's one of the reasons, over at Based Records, my record label, we've been putting out songs like, the Afro Man Hunter Got High that went to #1.
Yeah.
That's our record label. That's our record label.
Mississippi Boy.
So, we don't know what North Afro Man's talking about, but my buddy Chris Wallen rewrote that song, and that's the deal. John Conn, his Fighter song that Trump's been playing at all of his different rallies, that's a Based Record song. John and Chris Wallen wrote that song. What happened to that song that's out right now? John Rich and I put Watered Down out there. People want to hear this stuff because it reflects their values and it's real music, and it's real stuff. And you don't have to listen to what the Hollywood elites, executives, and all those. And who knows how many Diddy parties they've been at?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
You're exactly right. And there's more of us than they think.
Yep.
And I think we know how to rally behind artists, actors, actresses that take that bravery, that courage to actually step up and say something about how their beliefs, their political opinions, anything like that. I mean, he didn't do anything politically, but Morgan Wallen is a perfect example of how people rallied behind him after something so stupid that they tried to have him canceled. And he gave them the biggest middle finger and kept touring. And he won Entertainer of the year after year after year. After people kept coming after him and trying to cancel him and ruin his career, he's like, I'm still here, man.
Yeah.
I'm still here. And it was because people rallied behind him and supported him.
Yeah, you sit back in the next 4 years and watch Mel Gibson, John Voight, and Sylvester Stallone's career go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people. There's a lot of artists. There's a lot of actors. There's a lot of people who left Hollywood. They got canceled. My friend Matthew Marsden, he fell out of the helicopter in Black Hawk Down. He was in Transformers. He's been in a lot of movies. He was in the first season of Reacher. And let me tell you, they kicked him out of Hollywood because he wouldn't go get the vaccine in his arm. So, now he's a British actor, moved to Hollywood, did great. Now he's living in Texas and working hard as an independent artist. And I'm telling you, Americans are going to rally behind it. But, it's been one of the problems is conservatives, by and large, don't want to invest money in the entertainment industry because they believe the entertainment industry is a dead thing and it's like it's all corrupt. Well, the artists aren't corrupt. The industry may be corrupt, but if you redo it and build a parallel economy, look how much they can influence. I mean, the fact that we're trotting Snoop Dogg back out there at a Trump inauguration ball, absolutely not. And I'm not the person who's going to say there's no redemption. Like, if Snoop wanted to start at the bottom and be like, okay, I've changed my mind. Let me go out here and tell you why systematically I've come around to this. That's one thing. But you don't take him from going, F Trump and a mock assassination in a video to putting him out there. And now Ted Cruz has posted a picture with his daughter and this guy's performing in D.C. I don't agree with that at all.
Not a bit.
Someone just brought up Tom McDonald in the chat. I mean, Tom McDonald is a phenomenal rapper. Why didn't they have him there?
Yeah.
He was there. He just didn't. He wasn't rapping.
To your point, Chad.
It would have been awesome to have him and Rosie O'Donnell perform together. That would have been epic.
You mean Roseanne Barr?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Roseanne's got
Barr.
the new rap song out, man.
That was awesome.
To your point, Chad, if Snoop Dogg came out and did something like J.D. Vance came out, and he was saying why he was against Trump, but then why he shifted over, that would get tons of respect from people. Like, okay, he did a 180 and we see why now. So.
And there are people out there who say that Snoop Dogg is done. I referred to that earlier where he says, a few months ago, he said, I got nothing but love for Donald Trump. Nothing but love for Donald Trump. That ain't enough. I need to know what like Nelly is catching heck right now. Nelly's catching it for performing at the deal. Nelly came out, made a statement, and said, hey, listen, I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it because this is what I believe in. This is an honor, was his word. He said, this is an honor. So it would be. And, I remind everybody, Toby Keith, I think Toby Keith was a patriot, but he wasn't a Republican. He wasn't a Republican. And he performed at Trump's inauguration the first go-round. And, again, Carrie Underwood. I mean, Carrie Underwood's just as sweet as can be, and she's catching it. And this is a weird world we're living in, man.
Yep.
But yeah, Tom McDonald, I'd love to see him doing it. There'd be a lot of blue hairs melting down over old Tom.
That'd be
doing
fun
that
to
kind of
watch.
deal. Yeah,
It'd be fun to watch.
It'd be a good time. But anyway, I just can a person change? Can a person transform? Can they? Yeah, they can. But I need to see a whole lot of changing.
You need to see some evidence.
It's really interesting because there's a lot of artists that kind of skirt around it, and you can look at them and their behavior and who they hang out with, and you're like, they probably lean right. Like Post Malone, he fires guns all the time. He shoots guns all the time. He hangs out with Morgan Wallen all the time. He's a Texas boy. Like, he probably leans a little right.
I think he lays down right, but
Yeah,
I think he's laying that
so.
way.
Yeah.
I think so.
But no, I would. John Rich and I have had numerous conversations over the years on his bus. About different artists. There's my friend Tracy Lawrence, who is a longtime country music legend. I mean, Tracy Lawrence, he's a big fan. I ran into him just recently. We talked. I mean, Tracy Lawrence he's one of ours. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there who you got a huge platform, but. Yeah, man, I'll just tell you what. I'm with you. Where's the Outlaws? Where are the Outlaws, man, coming out there to say this is the real deal? And but you got guys out there like my friend Brad Skistimus, 5 Times August, who has consistently, put out music. And don't forget Megan. Megan's got some chops too. Make sure you checking her out.
Music.
So anyway.
Thank you.
Anyway, dude, I'm excited. I need everybody. Let's put USA in the chat. Everybody, pop a USA. This is a day to celebrate. USA, USA, USA. I know that you guys are used to Graham yelling at you and telling you what to do, but we got a 3-hour show here. If we're going to include, like, there's only so many veins in my forehead that I can pop, and I don't think you guys need me yelling at you anyway. So. USA, USA. I'm talk about going to crazy places next weekend. My comedy show. I'm in Austin, Texas. Texas. I'm in Austin at Cap City Comedy Club.
Good luck with that.
Then I'm in Waco at the Hippodrome Theater, and then I'm at New Granbury Live in Granbury, Texas, south of Fort Worth. So doing a little Texas tour next weekend. WatchChad.com is where all the fun stuff is. You can find out my live show. Now I'm going to Oregon, Tony. I'm heading up there to Klamath Falls, February 14th. So
Sweet.
Going up there
I'll
for
come with you, Chad.
Valentine's Day.
Keep that USA
Let's go.
going. Keep it going. Keep the
that
USA going.
USA,
Keep it going.
USA,
Come on.
USA.
Keep it going.
Yeah, man, this is a golden era. We are moving into a new age. I'm praying for Trump's protection. I really am. And there's a lot of stuff going on in D.C. Trump has made the cover of Time magazine again. I think they mean this as a slight, but I like it.
I love this cover.
I think this cover is great because basically it depicts him wiping away all of the stuff of the Biden administration.
So good.
He's back.
And somebody, I tried to find it, but somebody made where there was like nothing there except the stuff on the desk, and he just comes and rakes it all off.
Yeah, there's that AI
it was
video.
Epic, just totally epic.
That's pretty great. I mean, you see the storm outside the window. There's a lot of interpretation here. You see the sunglasses, the aviators that Joe Biden stereotypically wears. Everybody knows him by those. And he's wiping the phone, the papers, everything. And Trump's basically saying, hey, we're going to be rocking and rolling. What did he say yesterday at the victory rally? You're going to want to watch TV. It's going to be fantastic television.
You're going to want to see it. It's going to make your head spin.
What is the drink? There's like a drink in the back. I wonder what that's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's probably Kamala's vodka martini right there going
They
off.
should have had
right
an
there.
ice cream cone.
But can we just admit here, like whether you like Trump or not, can we just admit that the last 8 months he has had the most epic covers of Time magazine, over the last 6 to 8 months. I mean, you just can't right there.
You're
Who would have
seeing
thought
another
Time magazine would have done this?
You're seeing another conversion. I mean,
It
you're
is,
seeing some
100%.
people who are, and again, I don't like Time magazine, but you're seeing these people who are seeing the trend, the mainstream media. I mean, the only thing keeping CNN alive right now is Scott Jennings, who is putting forth some common sense.
Boy from Kentucky.
And so, the world, she is a changing. Arguably, Joe Biden will go down in history as the worst president in United States history, which is an impressive feat when you consider the things that Woodrow Wilson and Jimmy Carter did. But yeah, I think arguably the worst. He's going to be he's a big old nothing burger. He accomplished nothing. He allowed 21-year-old interns to tweet for him. He doesn't even know his password to get on X. I guarantee you the man's never been on there. So this is, the world sees through it. I started saying this back in 2016. These progressive leftist liberal Riris out there have built a house of cards that logically is on a fault line, and the wind is blowing, and eventually it will expose. Now we're starting to see the left eat the left. We're starting to see some real justice come back. And by the way, let me just say this one more time. If he's going to pardon, if Joe Biden, as of today, is going to pardon Fauci, Milley, and the J6 committee, I want to remind everybody, I want to go back on record. I've already said it. Every J6 prisoner released today. Let them go home. Put
right
today in the chat. Put today in the chat. Put today in the chat. Every one of them. I release them. Let them go. This has been an atrocity. And by the way, people are talking about insurrection. No one has ever been charged with insurrection.
I think they should let them. I think they should release them, and Elon give them each $1 billion. Boom.
Not. I mean, no. It should come from the government. It should come from Act Blue.
Yeah.
We should get a refund from Ukraine and use that money to pay the January 6th refugees, as Trump called them.
It's true.
Because I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest and call them what they really are. They're hostages.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, that's exactly what they are. And we have to say this over and over and over again. The only person that lost their life that day was Ashley. That's the only person that died. The cop that did pass away, according to the reports, he died of natural causes. But we've seen countless video after video after video of nobody in there fighting, they're just walking through waving flags. You know, that's it. Doing absolutely nothing.
They were let in.
Yeah, and they were let in. And then you have AOC getting on national news going, I was afraid for my life, but I was really scared I was going to be raped. And she was nowhere near the building. Okay, nowhere near the building. So, yes, absolutely. You know, maybe not the first executive order, but the second one, release.
Yeah, they gotta let them go. They gotta let them go. You had Ashley Babbitt, and then you also had, you had Roseanne Boylan, who died outside of the Capitol in the tunnel, basically was trampled, beaten to death. And I've talked with a number of people who were there and who witnessed it. I mean, that woman was basically beaten to death. I mean, it was a horrible deal. So you had Boylan and you had Babbitt and then Officer Sicknick. There's video of him there. Once they released the J6 footage, you could see him back directing traffic inside the Capitol building, foot traffic. And, he died the next day. He wasn't like he was injured and they carted him off. No, he's back inside the building directing foot traffic again.
Yeah, he was probably Clinton'd.
And not to mention the fact, the stuff that came out just in recent days about the sound waves that they were using to agitate people. And again, there's some insider information on that stuff. These are the things we have got to get to the bottom of it. I mean, we need to know. Release all the tapes. That's one of the disappointing things with Mike Johnson that I had. Release all the tapes, get to it. And I don't mean letting journalists go in there and watch them for 45 minutes at a time when you got literally 50 million hours of it. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's see all of it. Let's exonerate these people. There's a plaque that they're supposed to be hanging in the Capitol building. Is 2 years overdue, that legally they were supposed to hang about January 6th and the attack on the Capitol building. And it still hasn't been hung up. I pray that thing never gets hung up, because this is revisionist history and a reinterpretation of history. We know there were agitators and Anyway.
And let us not forget that Trump offered to send in the National Guard, and Pelosi said no.
Yeah.
Remember, they have her on video saying no.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Well, I think it was on MSNBC. They were talking about the executive orders he plans to do on day one. And then they were also mentioning the fact that they had to move the inauguration inside the Capitol. And they made a huge fuss about how it's going to take place in the same building as January 6th.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, oh, get over it.
And they don't ever talk about November 7th, 1983, when M19 bombed the west wing of the Capitol building and caused $1 million worth of damage, and fortunately didn't kill anybody. But I mean, and by the way, M19 was founded by people, a bunch of women, but they were trained by people like Karen Bass, who's also the mayor of L.A., because she was one of those that kept going down and being trained by Cuba and Fidel Castro's administration. So nobody wants to talk about that kind of deal where they actually bombed the Capitol building. But let's move to some good news.
Okay.
The Avengers have assembled,
Yes,
folks.
they have
This is an
assembled.
iconic picture right here. And this is not to be confused when they took this picture of the Biden incoming cabinet and they were all socially distanced. I don't know if you guys remember
Yeah.
that. But, this is a great photo. The only thing wrong with this photo is Tulsi's kind of hidden back there on the left side on the back row.
Oh, she is.
Yeah, so this we'll see what happens, man. This is going to be some exciting stuff. Oh, man, I pray. This is a different Trump administration than the last time around. The last time around, Trump was getting some bad information from GOP insiders. I think he was trying to make the party happy. He was trying to do the right thing.
You talking about this one?
That's the one right there. That is the
talking about that
incoming.
one?
That all masked up. Look at the difference. I mean, the stark contrast between that should tell you everything you need to know. That was the Biden administration. That was his cabinet coming in. Look at these people, these bunch of I don't want to use that word, but just but compare that with the others. This right here is fantastic. This is fantastic.
RFK
man.
looks like he's fixing to blow that suit up. I mean, that dude is freaking. I'm telling you, when I'm 137 years old, like RFK, I want to look like that.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm ready.
Look at you.
Hang on,
I'm ready.
I gotta hold up. We gotta fix.
Megan's got the Infinity Stones.
I'm ready.
There it is.
I
know
also
what?
have Stormbreaker on the wall, too.
That's awesome. Now we just need Megan to snap her fingers and let the Biden administration disappear.
Disappear into dust.
That would be poof. There they go. This is good stuff, man. We're moving into a new age. I'm excited. And listen, I'm not a fan of executive orders. Constitutionally, I don't like executive orders. But when you get to a situation where they've used this thing to literally destroy the country, and Daddy comes home, sometimes you got to step in and bring some order back out of the confusion and the chaos. And Trump's saying going to be like 200 of them executive orders. He said yesterday, they said, why don't you space them out? And he's like, nope, we're going to sign them. And it's going to be pomp and circumstance about every single one of them. Every time he signs it, he'll be signing until 10 o'clock tonight.
No, yeah. And here's just a few of them that are. So this is from Eric Daltrey, if that's how you pronounce his last name. Sorry, Eric. But he's going to sign 200 plus on the first day. And reports have already come out that the first one that he's going to sign is going to be, there are two genders, men and women, period. For school, for sports, for government hiring, that's it. Two, boom, done. Yep. But just looking at these, declaring an emergency at the border, issue proclamation closing it, designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which will activate those Tier 1 operators and units once he labels them as a terrorist organization. Listen, if you're a cartel member and somehow you're catching this voice, you may be Tony's cousin, I don't know, you need to go run and hide right now, because when these boys catch your scent, it's over.
Tony's cousin. Those people work for me, dude. Come on.
Oh, no. See? Remain in Mexico is going to be reinstated. Catch and release as well. Military will be directed to construct new phase of the border wall. Terminate Biden's orders on energy drilling restrictions, return federal workers to in-person work.
I mean, think about that for a second. Hang on a second. That in-person work. How many years now? 4 or 5 years? These people went home and decided to office on a Zoom call and just work from home. So the bureaucrats running things like the IRS, the people who are using the Gestapo tactics to control your life and passing down these edicts from on high that are going to determine how you live your day-to-day life that affect your freedoms and liberties, they've been working from home. For 5 years, all because of COVID. They haven't come back to work. So these people are just sitting over there pushing buttons. So I'm glad. It's got to change. Change.
The article I'm reading right now and just looking at this kind of stuff live, as it stood in December, it's like 8%. 8% of the federal workforce actually works in person. Like 8%. That's a big
crazy.
Deal, folks. That is a very, very big deal. And I had a little experience with this because I was a federal employee for a minute. For a couple of years, right at the beginning of COVID, and they, of course, they gave us laptops. They sent us all home, and they said work from home. And maybe I'm just built different. I don't know, but after about 6 to 8 months, I was ready to kill everybody in my house and burn it to the ground. But like my commander, my boss called me and he said, "Hey, look, do you want to come back to work Monday?" I said, "Yes, I absolutely do." But I showed up Monday, but I had other employees that worked in the same building that I did, and there was probably about 7 or 8 of them, and they didn't show up for another year.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, it's insane. It's totally insane.
Todd went running in there like Forrest Gump.
I did. I showed up like 20 minutes early. I mean, I was ready to go. But in DEI hiring practicing in the federal government, merit only, withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord, order every agency to remove all federal action increasing costs for Americans via deregulation, suspend security clearances, and this one's a big one, suspend security clearances for the 51 officials who lied about the Hunter Biden laptop story, and establish a DOJ hiring freeze. And basically what that means is the U.S. government is not going to be hiring anybody for a while.
Yeah.
USA Jobs is about to get locked up, so don't even waste your time.
Yeah. I want everybody to hit the like and share button. We're heading into that the time where we're going to be live streaming the inauguration, the swearing in ceremony. We're going to be here. We're going to walk you through it. We'll get to some super chats in a little while. We got a couple more stories we want to talk about. President Trump, here's a clip right here. They said, "Don't sign so many in one day." Here's what he had to say about that.
Take the oath of office. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow. Somebody said yesterday, "Sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks." I said, "Like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning."
Man.
You know that old story. Let's do it later. Then it never gets done. No, we're doing them tomorrow. And we'll have plenty to sign in the future. Don't worry about it. It's not going to stop. But we're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity.
But yeah, his in the morning, Trump's probably gonna have carpal tunnel. Like I'm pretty sure his wrist gonna be a little sore.
And I saw somebody say it'll be a rubber stamp. No, they'll commemorate every single one of these. Yep. I guarantee you they will commemorate every one of them because they sign those things and they give the pen to somebody. Mm-hmm. It's all a commemorative thing. It's gonna be pomp and circumstance. He will be scribbling out that, and he doesn't have an easy signature. It doesn't even look like his name, but he's just a whole lot of.
I know.
Yeah. No, I mean I hope he does. Lock down on all his executive orders, especially the border. Me being the father of 3 daughters and a grandfather of a little baby girl, absolutely lock down the border, absolutely start vetting people coming in, absolutely go after all the people that the Biden administration let in. We need to secure our country back from all the murderers and rapists they let in and all the possible terrorists, and we need to get this country back safe back when he was in office, back, the first term he had. So absolutely lock it down.
Yeah, and me and Chad have talked about this before. That's probably one of the first or second things he's going to do is lock that border down and then begin the biggest deportation. And he said last night, I really think, right now Eisenhower holds the record. I'm going to beat it. And that's a pretty big record.
And again, people want to talk about what we've talked about in the past and say, oh, well, you guys used to say, I'm on record. You can go back when I was on Blaze Network. There were many times where I said, I don't like executive orders. I don't like them. But again, what we've done is we've gotten to a point where this has become almost the law of the land. And you have to do that to reverse some of these things that these people have done. Let's get the train back on the tracks and get it running properly. And you have these things where when you throw the borders open, you're right, Tony, you got to shut that sucker down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was why it was such garbage BS back when they were saying the Republicans were standing in the way of the border bill. The border bill, which was sending another, $100 billion to Ukraine and Gaza and Israel, to be fair, all of them. And they were saying, and it did nothing. It was still allowing 5,200, the potential for 5,200 illegals coming across the border every single day. And they were like, oh, Republicans are standing in the way because Trump says he won't. No, that had nothing to do with the border. This proves, and by the way, Biden shut a lot of it down while they were running during the election cycle. You don't need another law to stop something that's already illegal.
Exactly.
Yep. And they halted the construction of the wall. I think it was 452 miles of barriers along the Mexican border. They only got about 40-ish miles done. And then as soon as Biden got into office, he stopped the construction of the wall.
They're literally
we're the problem? Oh, okay.
And like what was it, like a couple weeks ago, Chad, we were talking about they were literally auctioning off like pieces of the border wall to like companies. Like I pray to God, please let Donald J. Trump had created his own LLC and just bought all of it. And it's like, yep, there you go. Yeah. Here's what you need. But
there were Tony, I don't know if you saw it. There was a lady on X this morning who was basically warning people, telling them what to do in case of these deportation. Basically ICE doing door to door, and she was telling them what to do, and basically boiled down to aiding and abetting people that were illegal, telling them where to go, what to enact, how to have their bug out bags, where they could proceed, how they could find sanctuary in churches, at Universalist Unitarian churches, or all these UME churches and things. Did you see that, Tony? I mean,
I did not, but I have had conversations with friends and family because we all, being Latin myself, I have friends and coworkers that were in this country illegally and doing their things, and I had conversations with them even before I moved over here. And I would be just flat out telling them, I was like, look, I love you, but if you're here illegally, there's nothing. Our taxpayers are paying for a lot of people, not like you. I understand you're working, but a lot of people are just working the system. They come over here, they have their children, they get pregnant in Mexico or whatever foreign country they're from. They come over here and they have their children here. And they think that that's their golden ticket to stay in the country. And, a lot of times, yes, it is. You can work the immigration system to try to stay in the country when you have a baby here. But it shouldn't be like that. Obviously, we can't support our veterans that are living in the street because we're giving money to illegal immigrants. And, this whole country is just backwards with the way things have been run for so long. The open border policy. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like an a-hole, but we need to cut it off somewhere. And I'm not for breaking families up or anything like that. But again, we're in this great country of ours, U.S. citizens. We need to fight for the U.S. citizens that are in this country.
Yeah, so, and nobody in on this screen, and no Republican is saying that we are anti-immigration. That if you go through, I've got an uncle that was born in Korea. All right, his name is, well, I ain't gonna say his like name, but his birth name was Il Nang Chung, and that was not his name right now. He is an American.
Did you say that's your uncle?
Yeah, he's my uncle. He's my adopted uncle.
I thought I saw the resemblance.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you go through it the right way, I got no problems with that. But they're going to have to do this. You can't just take a sweep of ICE officers and just sweep across the country. You've got to do this in tiers. All right, first, we've got to get the criminals, the rapists, the gang members, all the ones that are going after these apartment complexes, the traffickers, all that. You declare war on the cartel, and you wipe them off the face of the planet, because that stops all of that from coming to the border, the fentanyl, the children, and all of that stuff. And
quick,
then we work everything by case basis.
Real quick, Todd, but I mean, honestly, with the Biden administration, when they had that open border policy, do you think they're kept tabs on all those people coming through?
No, not a
and
clue.
I mean, with you guys here on the panel here, how do you guys feel we're going to be able to do sweeps across the country of all the terrorists, rapists, murderers?
That's the thing.
How are we gonna...
You're not basically what. Here's the part about this mass deportation that sucks, because there was no accountability, there was no tracking, there was none of that stuff. Is basically we're gonna have to wait for somebody to commit a crime. Hopefully it's something like stealing or shoplifting and not rape, murder, or something crazy like that. In order to find these people. Now there are other places, the gangs that are locking down apartment complexes in Colorado and in Austin and other areas, San Antonio and other areas of the country. You can lock that down, pretty quick. But I think once they start showing a force that, this is really happening, I think the people that are here that shouldn't be here, I honestly think a lot of them will deport themselves.
That's possible. And then back to Tony's point, I think I use a rough example just as an illustration. You know how when you call everybody a racist, then nobody's a racist, because it waters down the word. And so you don't deal with the real problem of racism that does exist in places, because everybody's been called a racist. Well, the same thing with immigration. When you abuse a system over and over again, it waters down the real meaning of immigration. There for a while, Border Patrol agents, when they were processing people coming across, there were certain words that they couldn't use. Like if they were filling out a form, you couldn't use words like assimilation. You couldn't use their nationality. You couldn't talk about certain genders. I mean, it was crazy, the stuff that they were enforcing on them, all because of bureaucracy and policy that was there. So now it's going to be hard to find these people. But when you're having 165 different nations represented in border encounters, everybody from Chinese nationals, people from Haiti, you can't walk here from Haiti, okay? These people came up from South America, all because of what the Clintons did back in the day. You got people coming from all around the world. You got more military-aged men who are in this country illegally than we have in our current active duty military. That's a scary thought. So Tom Homan and the others, they've said we're going to start in Chicago. That's one of the first things that they've kind of telegraphed out there. I don't know if that's true or not, but I promise you, Tom Homan, he knows his stuff. He knows what he's up against. He knows how to do it. And he's got the attitude for it. I won't say vengeance, but he's got the attitude for it. And he means business. I've been around Tom Homan. He's a very deliberate dude. And he is not interested in people's feelings. So we're going to see some stuff that's going to pop out. I hope you don't see violence and riots that are going to pop out, but there's a good chance you might. So head on a swivel, folks. There could be all kind of things activated.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is, like, once that border gets locked down and these door-to-door sweeps start happening, look, you know who you are. If you live in one of these major cities that are having these issues and things like that, please don't go outside of your house without being armed, without having protection. All right, and men, look out for your ladies. Make sure your ladies are armed. Make sure they're trained. All right, because this is not going to be a simple process like laying out rat traps and catching mice in your house. Now, there are going to be some cities where there will be firefights in the middle of them over this stuff. So you need to keep your head on a swivel. You need to make sure you're trained and have the proper weapons system with you.
Todd, I was going to say,
like a Gatling gun.
To all the panel here, I was going to say, because look, I don't want to come off as being just like I said, an a-hole. But there has to be a process, because obviously we all know that Latin people, specifically, I'm speaking for Latin people because I'm Latin. They, construction, landscaping, people that work in the fields and pick all the veggies and whatnot. Obviously, they are contributing to helping the country run. But there has to be some sort of process that maybe the U.S. government gives them, like, the option, like, if you come turn yourselves in, you guys will have the first right to maybe get a work permit to stay in the country for 6 months while we process your paperwork, something, because obviously we just can't deport 20 million people. Yeah, the
freaking
workforce,
workforce. Like, we have to be honest with ourselves here and say that the ones that are coming over here, like you're talking about, Tony, that are doing HVAC work, that are running ductwork in houses, that are framing houses, that are doing concrete work, that are landscaping, that are doing. They're doing all the jobs that Americans are too lazy to do freaking anyway.
Well, I don't
and
wanna
they
say
do
that,
it.
but thank you for saying
no,
that.
they are. I mean, let's be real. I'll be real with you. My father owns an air conditioning company, and he uses a crew,
Right.
that he pays to come in, and they duck an entire house. They duck work an entire house in like a day, and it's perfect. Perfect. All right, and so like Tony, you get those individuals, and hey, look, this is the path to citizenship. This is what we need to do with you. This is how, because we do need you, because we got some lazy ass kids in this world that don't want to do these jobs. They'd rather be on TikTok going la, 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 and instead of act there getting a trade, learning a trade. All right, so I mean, I will bend the knee here a little bit and say there are some of those immigrants that are here that are good people that we do need, because we need that workforce. It's just we need you. All we're asking you to do is do it the right way.
Do it legally.
Yeah.
Come in through a port of entry. Go through the process. Come in with the intention of assimilation. I do believe 85, 95% of the people, probably 90% of the people who are coming to this country are coming for a better life. It is a humanitarian crisis, but you can't come in here illegally.
Right.
We gotta quit this. That funding the cartels, funding the traffickers, the fentanyl crisis, all of this kind of stuff. It's got to be done the right way. Yes, there needs to be a clear path to citizenship. That issue, that deal. It shouldn't be easy to be a citizen in the United States.
No.
But it shouldn't be easy. It's an honor to be a citizen of the United States. And again, what we've become is one big, we haven't become a melting pot anymore. You come in, you got to understand what you're doing, why you're coming here. We don't need Sharia law in Minneapolis. We don't need buses full of Somalians being dumped off here. Todd, you read my mind on this deal. I wanted you to throw this thing up there, and let's see kind of what's going on
what's
right
now.
going on.
And I think one more thing before you move on, Chad.
Yeah,
And I think
by all means.
that's what people forget, that it is an honor to live here, and
Yeah.
it is so many people would trade places with any one of us here being
Yeah.
U.S. citizens to live in this country. We live in the greatest country in the world. And there are citizens here that they're always like, I'm moving. If Trump gets elected, I'm leaving. Well, get the F out.
Bye.
Yeah, you don't want to be here. Get out. I mean,
Yeah.
it just
I'll buy
pisses
you.
me off
I'll
when
buy
people
you
say
a
that.
plane ticket, but it's one way.
Yeah.
I hear Afghanistan is nice this time of year.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, what a slap in the face to the people that actually came here the right way,
Exactly.
legally, worked so hard to get their citizenship, take that test, all the things. It's just a slap in the face to just
is.
be letting these people pour over the border and just be like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's something to it, man. Men and women died for our freedom. They sacrificed. People put on a uniform every day with the willingness to serve and sacrifice and give their life for this country.
Yep.
And for us to water down that citizenship and that honor that it is, as you said, Tony, man, that's for real. Hey, while you guys are watching this thing, let me remind everybody, talking about values, I want you guys to check out our friends over at Patriot Mobile, patriotmobile.com/Graham. You can check them out or call them at 972-PATRIOT. They are America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. They use the same towers that the rest use, so you're not going to worry about losing your coverage. And they are going to support the things that you support, your free speech, your Second Amendment rights, all of the things that matter to you, your family, the veterans, a sanctity of life. They're going to take care of our first responder heroes. So give them a call or get over there. They'll get you a new device. They'll transfer your number to a new one. They'll put a new number on your device. Whatever you need to do, sell you a whole new deal. But I guarantee you they got a package that will fit your family's budget. So if you got that kid that's, turning 17, 18 years old, and it's time to get them a cell phone, whatever age that may be in your family, check out Patriot Mobile, patriotmobile.com/Graham. Check them out. Call them 972-PATRIOT. When you get them on the phone, tell them Graham sent you, and they will help you and take care of you with some bonus features. So take care of your family by using Patriot Mobile. They are amazing folks over there with the right values. And when you get them on the phone, you'll understand them because they speak English, because they're in America. Check them out. Boy, there's a big old crowd coming in here, Todd.
Yeah, it is, man. Like I always say, when you call Patriot Mobile, you get Sarah from Oklahoma. I love it.
Love it.
Love it. Sarah from Oklahoma. She's awesome.
That's
Guys,
amazing.
we have 13.8 thousand people watching on Rumble right now.
Yeah, we got over 21,000 total.
They are entering the building, ladies
Let's
and gentlemen.
go.
And while y'all look this, I understand that I'm the producer, ladies and gentlemen. I must apologize, but the coffee is talking to my bladder right now. I will be right back.
Take off, Todd. Go over there and do it.
We're gonna tag team when you come back.
Yeah, in a little while, I'm gonna have to go change clothes for the inauguration. I got to get ready to be, for this swearing in.
There you go. We'll hold it down.
Hey, Todd, Todd's already gone. Never mind, took his ear out. I was going to get him to lower that volume just a little bit. But you know what? You guys might as well feel some of the excitement. Let's see some of that red, white, and blue in the chat. Let's see that American flag emoji. Pop it in there. Let me see it. Click like. Click share. Get it over there. All your family and friends. This is where they need to watch the swearing-in ceremony. This is where the inauguration is going to happen right here on Dear America with the Dear America family. Over 21,000 people watching on all the platforms combined. Yes, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I love you guys blowing up that chat.
Yes.
It is exciting, exciting, exciting. Graham and Royce are there in Washington, D.C. There's old John Fetterman. You can tell he got dressed up with a brand new hoodie.
I was about to say he's just wearing his new Carhartt hoodie, fresh.
Rudy Giuliani, another person that's been persecuted with political lawfare, sued to the tune of about $110 million. New York was a better place when he was mayor, I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I like that tie, Rudy.
I do too. He's bold. I bet that's a Trump tie.
I like that.
Well, we have a little downtime, as I would say. This is the first time I've met Megan, and it's been very, very surprising. I was expecting more. I mean, I've seen your show, but it was very surprising. Just your personality. I mean, you're literally like one of the guys. You got your Infinity Stones over there. Your head. That was awesome. I was like, okay.
Oh yeah, I'll show you the axe in a second. But that's funny you say that because I've always been one of the guys. Like I played in a band for over 10 years. I was just one of the boys. So I like being one of the boys. Oh yeah.
Keep it going with the American flag in the chat, everybody. Blow it up, like it, share it. Let's get as many people as we can.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Needless to say, there, Megan, you must be a huge Marvel
Ladies
fan.
and gentlemen, the
Oh,
acting dean of the
I
diplomatic
am. The first few phases of it, yes. Now it's just kind of garbage. But
Hey, Todd,
Yo.
bring down the volume just a little bit in our stream there for the news there, not total, but just for the news feed there.
Okay.
That ambient noise of the crowd was a little bit loud.
All right.
yeah.
I wanted to hear
Got it,
what Tony and Megan were saying.
All right, go right ahead, y'all.
We were chatting about the Marvel universe over here with all her collection of
oh
of items in her studio there.
I also have the Eye of Agamotto.
Uh-oh.
I'm telling you, I'm a big nerd.
You are a nerd. I love this.
Yep.
It's fantastic.
And I have Tony Stark's arc reactor.
Wow.
It says proof that Tony Stark has a heart.
It has a heart.
Yep.
Guys, we're looking at, you are watching history. This is the greatest political comeback in the history of the world.
Hey, Todd.
This is amazing to watch. What a time to be alive. This is incredible.
Chad, I was about to ask Todd. Todd, you being in the military, if they were going to try something on President Trump, do you think they'd wait for him from his motorcade or wait till he's trying to go in somewhere? I mean, military-wise?
I will say, being in D.C., that's a very tough ask.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've told you guys for the last year and a half, just because they live in caves and they've been known to throw rocks at tanks, doesn't mean that these people are not. They are highly intelligent.
Right.
They are extremely organized, very coordinated, and well funded. But honestly, I would be greatly surprised if anybody tries something right now. They would have had a better chance to get him in Florida before he got in the air. I think once he landed in D.C., that's a hard ask. Not saying it can't be done, and God forbid, and say a quick prayer that it doesn't. But again, Tony, you got 4 years to get him. I mean, just because it's not today doesn't mean it's over. It's a scary
you have
thought.
the parade. You have the parade later. There's an element of that, and typically it is a tradition for the president and the first lady to get out and walk for some of that parade. We'll see what happens today. I do know that, this is unverified report, but some people were telling me that a lot of the jumbotrons that were out on the mall, they've actually removed those, making it even harder for the crowds to congregate. I don't know if that was a safety precaution. The other day, I did make the speculation that this wasn't just about the cold. This was also about a safety issue of them moving the inauguration and the swearing-in ceremony into the rotunda of the Capitol, because there are some safety issues. And I know from some other people that just know things. There were some operators out there that said, yes, they do have some intel of it potentially being a dangerous situation and maybe some attempts. And so Striker Jay says they canceled the parade. I was wondering about that when I said it out loud, Jay. So, and pretty much everything that's public, and I don't blame them for doing any of that stuff. Now, again, we don't operate in fear, but we do operate in awareness. And we're moving into a day and age of some dangerous situations. Right. You got the March for Life rally that's going to happen at the end of the week. The security will not be as high for an event like that. You know that these protesters are out there, and any number of things could be, Antifa's been awfully quiet, which is awfully scary. But I'm glad it's inside. I will say that.
Yeah, it would, Tony. It would have to be something strategic. That's honestly that's already in that building. It's not going to be a bullet. Not right there.
So question. I don't know if you guys know this or not. What were to happen if something were to happen, Lord forbid, to Trump and Vance, and the Biden administration is heading out? I mean, is the government left in limbo?
Man. Speaker of House.
Well, again, there's all kind of scenarios we can play with. Royce would be losing his mind for us even having this conversation, because he knows that YouTube bans and censors this kind of conversation. But you do have a situation here where everybody is in this one room,
right?
Including Mike Johnson, who is Speaker of the House.
Yeah. Do you remember that TV show, Designated Survivor?
With Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah, there is that element of that. And again, I think there's a safety here in the rotunda, in the Capitol building. This place has been, if you know anything about, that's what makes the thing that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania when Trump got shot, and the others died there in that field. I mean, typically Secret Service, man, they go in long before an event and they clear the area. I mean, it is a perimeter that they're establishing and setting up. So I think here we're safe. I think this is a good safe deal. But the days ahead, I'm telling you, we got to get this man sworn in, get everything in place, let's right the ship. And then we'll move forward. The danger doesn't end today, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just getting started.
Exactly. And we didn't show the clips, but the National Guard has already been posted at every checkpoint. They are in full force there. You had volunteer police officers from Virginia, from neighboring states that are coming there to secure the nation's capital as well. I think, knock on wood and praise God, please let me be correct, Tony, I think we're fine today. But like Chad just said, I mean, you got 4 years. You got 4 years. So you got to keep your head on a swivel. And I know President Trump knows that more than anybody.
The President-elect's cabinet and cabinet-level designees.
And can we just say, I know that we've lost a lot in terms of our faith and trust in the institutions of our country. We've kind of been hammered by all of them in recent years, but you do have to some degree, at least I do, appreciate the ceremony that goes into these types of events, right? To an inauguration, a swearing in, it is a solemn occurrence. It is an austere deal. I mean, it really is sacred, and this is the America I want us to be able to hold on to, that historic tradition, and for it to, in a land where things have been devalued to the point where they've become virtually unrecognizable. I love to see this. I wish we did have a spirit of unity and a transition of power. I can only imagine how awkward it was in that limo ride with Joe and Dr. Jill with Melania and Donald. And Melania doesn't seem like she pulls any punches. I've seen her cold shoulder.
Yeah,
So,
for real. You
can
know
only
what?
imagine.
I'm surprised by this one right here. I'm not going to lie, because I don't know if y'all have seen this, but there have been reports over the last couple days that Vivek is walking away from Doge because of interactions and frustrations between him and the staff. So this is kind of surprising here.
Well, and I think I think he made the announcement the other day. There's a speculation of him taking J.D. Vance's Senate seat. I think he's going to run for governor in the state of Ohio.
I
Looks
heard
like
that
that's,
as well.
That's what he's going to do, and we'll see. I think.
But Chad, let's think about it like this for a second. So, we talked about this a couple of episodes ago, that Vivek just doesn't have that trust. He says all the right things, but so did Obama. Him walking away from Doge after Trump appointed him and asked him to do that, do you think that hurts his reputation with the American people there?
Well, I think that Vivek has a lot to prove. I think that's for sure,
There you
because,
go.
again, there's a lot of people who did not trust him, as you said. And he is certainly strong with the rhetoric. He knows how to logically push the points across, and he did a fantastic job with that. I think doing some state politics in Ohio would be good for him. But, I don't know. I don't know how much love lost there is, if any. I don't know that there is. We'll just see. I mean, sometimes you just have some disagreements. That's what happens when you get billionaires in a room, which is always scary.
Because Burgum, Elon, and Vivek are just clashing.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about eliminating a lot of government waste, a lot of bulk that needs to be cut off. And again, I don't know if we can trust Elon. I mean, my jury's still out with Elon in a lot of ways. I appreciate what he did with X. I appreciate the opportunity and the platform for the free speech that's been there and taking away a lot of that censorship. But I'm very wary of the billionaire class that inserts themselves into the conversation. That's just me. I want to see people who have proven themselves. So far, he has. I'm not real big on transhumanism and chips in your brain. So
I don't know. That was pretty cool watching that dude play Mario Kart with his brain. that was pretty cool.
I was about to say Todd's like the first in line to get a chip in his brain.
Man, I'm telling you.
I am not sanctified enough to have a chip in my brain. Trust me, I would use it for a lot of nefarious things.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, I can just imagine sitting here and y'all talking about something, and like, what was that guy's name? And I'm just sitting here, bam. Oh, his name was yeah. Just like, I'm sorry. You hook my brain.
Wikipedia in the brain.
Yeah, hook my brain up to the house, blink twice to shut off the lights, blink once to come on. I don't know, man. I don't know. And
So,
people in the chat know me well enough. They're like, "Don't start, Todd. Just
my
don't
God.
start."
Well, I think to further the point with Vivek, he is still so very young, and so is JD Vance. JD Vance and Vivek are so young, and I do think that Vivek still has a lot to prove, because it seems when he first came on the scene, so to say, I thought he was a little forced, like a little fake, to be honest. But then he was very repetitive in his talking points, and then I could see like the passion and the conviction in what he was saying. But I do think that he still has something to prove.
Oh,
Yeah.
After, and I don't know if anybody saw it, but after J.D. Vance's tweet about the 28th Amendment to Biden yesterday, he's like, well, if we're just going to do whatever the hell we want, and make up some 28th Amendment. Why don't we go ahead and put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame while we're at it?
Yeah.
I love
Beautiful,
JD Vance. I think
beautiful
he
tweet.
was the perfect choice because he's such a good balance of like poise and then having a little bit of Trump's attitude. And I think it's like the perfect combination. I can't wait.
Yeah, I think he's a good pick, much better pick than Pence because, I mean, let's be honest, Pence is a whipped dog that stands in a corner and does what everybody tells him to, but that's not what Trump needs. Trump needs somebody like a J.D. Vance that's willing to go in the Oval Office and go, hey, bro, you're being an idiot right now. You know, we need to think this, not this. Like, you know, and I think JD will do that. And let's be real, Trump needs that at times.
Yeah, he needs somebody to keep him in check. I think JD so far has done a great job of that, and I just can't wait to see
Yeah,
what he does.
I hope that and Party Foul Steve sitting over here, y'all can't see or hear him, but yesterday we were on the road and he made the comment. He said, "I hope they put JD out in front of the people as much as possible. Let him be heard, because again, this is a longer term plan. I think we need at least 12 years to really right the ship on some things, and you know, I think JD is a big part of that future, whatever that looks like, and I hope that they do, particularly." When you think about the potential danger, God forbid, that Donald Trump is in and lives in continually, we've seen how they go after him. We need to make sure that JD has that. He's got that, you know, that trust of the MAGA movement out there. Because again, he didn't start as a supporter of Donald Trump, but he came a long way around on that. So, anyway, I do hope they let
you guys a little bit here. Do you guys think with all these people in the room, did you guys see the other day at Jimmy Carter's funeral that Trump and Obama were sitting next to each other kind of giggling a little bit? With all these people in the room that bad talk Trump, you know, the Pences, the Bushes, you know, Harris, Biden, and now they're all in the same room together for the ceremony here. Do you think it's just part of politics where everybody's like, look, you know, I'm going to talk crap about you before, and then afterwards, we're still going to be politicians. We're still going to make tons of money. Or do you think it's just it's an awkward situation because they are still people with emotions? So, I mean, or do you think they're just numb to it at this point?
Dude, at this point, like, honestly, if I was a betting man, I would say that when they get in a room with no mics, no cameras, they shake hands and laugh at each other. Like, I really do. Like, I really do. They'd be like, yeah, like when Hillary, the famous Trump, because you'd be in jail. I guarantee you at some point, like, he was talking with Bill, and he's like, yeah, I got it. Speaking of the devil.
Yeah.
Man, I said her name too many times.
They opened up Dante's Inferno, and look what emerged.
Good Lord. Nice pantsuit, Hillary.
Yeah. And you know what? She's got to be thinking in her mind, this could have been me. But no, Hillary, it never will be. It never will be.
Never.
And that's a beautiful thing. Wow.
She's awful.
To your point, Tony, I think there is an element of that WWE. Everybody's going to fight and wrestle, and then we're going to get in the same limo and go to the steak dinner together. This is a different element with Trump. I think they genuinely, legitimately are scared of Trump, and therefore they hate Trump. They're scared of what Trump knows, what Trump could expose, what he could do. They think of him as a loose cannon. And so I think there is a legitimate vitriol that's there. But they have to play the political game, especially publicly, at things like a funeral. And, you know, if anybody was able to somewhat play the politician at Carter's funeral, it was this guy right here, Barack Obama.
Oh, yeah.
Barry, and you know, conspicuously absent is Michelle.
Michael?
Look at how he's walking.
He's so
He's got a strut. Look at him.
He's like walking like he's got like a slight gangster lean. I'm like, there's not a gangster bone in your body, sir. Stop.
Yeah, he is so pompous with all of this. The epitome of arrogance there. Michelle, there's a lot of speculation as why Michelle missed the funeral of Jimmy Carter, said she had a prior engagement. Don't believe that.
Not at all.
And then, of course, she was not going to come to this. So, again, that goes back to your point, Tony. Michelle's always been pretty outspoken about the things that she believes in, and she doesn't mince words about things either. And so I think we can see from this she's not interested in coming in here and celebrating this inauguration. So.
They just showed Tim Cook, who Tim Cook just recently came out and said that he plans to have Apple work closely with the Trump administration.
Yeah,
So I wonder.
Tim Cook, Zuckerberg, Elon, Bezos,
Jeff
they're
Bezos
all there.
is there. You can see them. They're right
all
there in the
there.
rotunda.
The guy from Google's there too.
And Trump even said yesterday at the victory party, he'd been on the phone with Xi Jinping of China, and he said, World War III, it almost happened, but it's not going to happen now. It's not going to happen. So I love the optimism that's there, and I love the fact that Trump is proactive, not reactive. He doesn't sit around like the Biden administration, like a bunch of puppets waiting on somebody to pull the strings. He gets on the phone. He deals with these things, and I think we're headed into an opportunity. I think you're going to see a massive transfer of wealth. I think you're going to see businesses flourish. I think you're going to see consumer confidence. You're going to see an economy bounce back. We joke about what's on Betonline and the odds that are there, but I think you're going to see some really good things. So, I want to see MAGA in the chat. If everybody just put that big old Make America Great Again, MAGA in the chat. Let's blow that thing up. We're heading into that final hour before this thing happens, and
Man,
so
that's another one right there.
Laura, love her.
Stud, absolute stud.
absolutely.
I'm optimistic too. The only one I'm slightly hesitant to be optimistic about is Google. They have been playing their game for just so long and censoring creators, censoring the voices of creators, hiding information. What was it recently? It was like, when was Donald Trump president? You asked Google that, and it wouldn't even tell you.
Yeah.
So I'm just very skeptical about.
Well, it's the
Google.
equivalent. This is the best way I can redneck explain this is you've seen this in fighting movies all the time, where when it comes to Bezos, when it comes to Zuckerberg, when it comes to the rest of these turds that have hated us for so long, it's you have this boxing promoter, and right in the middle of boxing match, his boxer gets knocked smooth out, and he steps over his boxer and raises the hand of the winner. Like, that's what these people are doing. They're going to back a winner because they know if they don't, they're gonna come after them.
Oh yeah.
And so it's like, do I want to kiss the ring and keep my money, or do I want to fight and lose it?
So they're strategically placing themselves
Absolutely.
in a
Listen,
place where they
these
can make more
people,
money.
Look, Bezos, Zuckerberg, Elon to a certain extent, they don't care about left and right. They care about green. That's what they care about. All right, and I said this a long time ago, back when Nike ran the Colin Kaepernick ads. Do you think that had anything to do with Colin Kaepernick and equality? Hell no. It was Jordan was kicking their butt selling shoes, and they had to figure out a way to get in that demographic. That was it. It was a board of rich white men going, what in God's name can we do to get a piece of Jordan's puzzle? I got a great idea. It's all about money. It's all about money, and there's SCOTUS.
Yep, there you go. Supreme Court's coming in.
And there's that traitor.
Remind everybody, Graham and Royce, they're in D.C. for the inauguration. They're there. And Graham, I'm sure, will be live tweeting a number of things on his channel. But we appreciate everybody that's hanging in there with us.
Yes.
We're going to go right on through this sucker.
We are at 21,000 right
I
now.
love it.
So
I love it. I
keep
love
going.
seeing the MAGA blowing up in the chat. I love seeing the MAGA. And that's the new party. I mean, that's the new deal. I think you see it with this administration that's coming in, the new cabinet that's coming in. You're going to see a MAGA movement, and they truly are making America great again. If you think that making America great again has anything to do with racism or some kind of weird white supremacy, Nazi fascist, exceptionalism, that's not what we're talking about. We're putting America first. We're putting America first. That's the economy. That is the values. That is the foundation, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, these things that made America what America is, the greatest place of opportunity in the history of the world, man. This idea known as America, life, liberty, property, those foundations of freedom, we're putting those things back in place. And it ain't going to be a smooth ride, guys. We saw from the protesters that are out there, they're out there by the thousands. They're out there wearing their, their pink hats and everything else and dressed up like all kind of filth and, hurling their insults and shouting their epithets and saying all the things that they're saying. I'm just saying, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Let's blow up the chat. Like it, share it. Let's get as many people on here. I wonder if we could get 24,000 people.
I don't know.
Maybe we could by the time of the election.
Chad, do you want to answer? Do you want to answer a couple super questions?
Yeah, I was going to say let's throw
it?
some super chats in there while we're watching the folks come in. Let's throw a few of those up.
All right. So and for and I'm going to hold up. I'm going to switch this. Give me just a second, guys, so it doesn't cover up y'all's beautiful faces.
And you know what you guys got to do? Y'all need to throw Todd in the chat because Todd's done a heck of a job.
Yes.
In Royce's absence.
Oh, never mind. Still covering your face. Sorry. So from Cindy, $50. She says it is a great day. Can't disagree with that, Cindy. Longtime supporter. We care about you a great deal. The next is from Jay Brooks, 1772. I live in a town called Redmond, Oregon, and I can say for a fact that the majority of Oregon is conservative.
Yep,
6
true.
out of 36 counties control the state with the sheer population.
Yep.
From Darkness Rising, is it possible to nullify pardons if being complicit in mass murder?
That's a good question.
Wow.
Well, I can tell you this: out of 672 jabs, there's only been one that got immunity, and that was Anthony Fauci.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That is a fact. All right.
672 million doses of that stuff given out, only one got immunity.
Yeah, for real. All right, from MX wife 859, Biden didn't pardon himself or his wife. Well, that's because they're 137 years old. What's jail time going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He won't pardon himself. I don't know about old Jill. What Jill needs a pardon from is wearing the drapes and calling it a dress. Worst wardrobe in the history of the world.
Worst.
Ever. From PS, yep, you paid. Let's go, America. T-minus 2.5 hours. Congratulations, dear America crew. I can't wait to follow your growth through these next few years.
Aw.
I pray God blesses you, your families, and these United States. That is very
Thank
kind.
you.
Thank you
for
so
that.
much.
Let me just say before you pop up the next one, this was Graham's vision. Graham had a vision of expanding Dear America. He wanted to see this thing this was an opportunity. This was an opportunity with this new administration coming in. Graham called me. I know he talked to the other guys, and he was like, I really want to expand this thing. So this all rides on the audience, the ratings, the reviews, the likes, the shares, the participation in the chats. All of these things help grow a vision that was birthed in Graham's heart. And so you gotta. You know what I want you to do? I want you guys to put Graham in the chat. Let's just put GA in the chat. Let's make it quick. Let's blow that sucker up. I mean, let me see that thing just go crazy for Graham Allen. GA. Dear America is a Graham Allen dream, and he's been fostering this thing for over a decade, man. And so you guys have made it a reality.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Striker
Brian, I got to
J.
give a shout out. Brian Kelly, BK from Florida Georgia Line, just texted me.
Love him.
He said, what is Zuck doing there? Well, BK, let me tell you, brother, and Brian Kelly from Florida Georgia Line, he might have messed up country music, but he's an amazing patriot. He is an amazing patriot and a good friend. And he's worth $30 million, so he don't care if he messed it up.
Not
or
at
not.
all. Not at all.
Baby, it was song.
But but you know
that
what?
song was good. But now
he wrote that. He wrote that, and
that was a solid one.
But Zuck is there because he's playing the game, man. He's playing the game. So.
Of course, we always have Striker J here. If I remember correctly, China banned TikTok in China and only allowed their citizens to use Red Note the entire time. As for TikTok shutdown, I just like that they proved they could stop child porn.
That's right. That's exactly right, Jay.
That's a fact.
You're right on all points in that statement right
Every
there, buddy.
bit of it. All right, from Caitlin Butler. Good morning. Just wanted to tell y'all I will find out my gender Saturday the 25th. God bless y'all and love y'all. Good. Whatever you want, I don't care. I hope it's healthy.
Yes.
We're going to go back to
healthy.
defining what a woman is.
Yes.
Healthy babies.
Healthy baby. We want healthy babies. Healthy Dear America babies. That's what we want.
Yep.
From China Doll. Praise God for seeing us through it. It might get rough because Brandon's cabinet is busy screwing things up. Look to God for strength. Always. Always. Another Caitlin Butler. Chad, I want your jersey. I love it.
Prathertees.com, or you can go to the store at watchchad.com. Either way, we've just got a few of these left. But anyway, I love it too. Thank you for that.
Ooh, Chad, you should take yours and autograph it and raffle it
I'll
off.
give it
man.
away. I'll give it away.
Raffle it out, dude.
We'll raise some charity for it or something.
There you go.
Yeah.
From our favorite Israeli, Miss Lovegood, one of the many problems regarding TikTok, it is insanely biased against Israel, especially since October the 7th. All those college campus protests, that's TikTok. P.S. Megan, you're gorgeous.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
She overtook Chad.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's like,
Megan,
oh, Chad, you're so
trust me,
handsome.
I can't even walk in Megan's shadow. I agree on all points, and I agree with that. One of the reasons that I live with an active warning. Hang on, let's listen to this here.
Honorable Michael Pence.
Forget about Mike Pence. I will tell you that one of the reasons I stayed under active warnings was for calling out Hamas as an evil organization and the eradication of Hamas on TikTok, and that's one of the reasons I kept getting warnings, which ultimately led to a ban, which has now been reversed. So who knows?
Yeah.
Michael Pence.
From another long-term supporter, Kiloho, 7,137 in the chat and only 1,000 likes. What the H-E double hockey sticks is wrong with you guys? Gotta love Kaloho. She's awesome.
We need 3,000 likes on this deal.
Yeah.
We need 3,000 likes on Graham's Rumble.
The Honorable William J. Clinton.
Honorable
accompanied
Mike.
by the
Honorable.
When I hear that, all I can think of the movie Liar Liar when Jim Carrey goes honorable, and then
I tell you what, I tell you what. Let me do, Todd. You carry it for a second. I'm
Got
gonna
it,
go.
buddy.
They're probably going to introduce me to the rotunda, so let me go get dressed.
all right, go ahead. Go ahead. We'll continue with the questions. R. Watson 63, Tony, buddy, this is for you. We have missed you. However, your Ducks let me down. Todd owes me money for the loss. I got past his VPN, and I'll leak his browser history.
Wow. Yes,
love
I,
you,
have, I have missed you also. Yes, the Ducks let us all down. I was watching
and
the
look-
game. I was watching the game in Oregon, and it was everybody had their jaws on the floor how bad they were playing. Or Ohio State just beat the crap out of them, man. There was just no
Yeah,
if,
dude,
ands, or
I'm
buts.
telling you, Ohio State looks unbeatable right
Yeah,
now.
they do.
I'm sorry.
They just.
They-
I'm not making any excuses for the Ducks. They played. It doesn't even look like they got prepared for the game. I mean, Ohio State just took it to them.
W. Bush. And y'all, we got a lot of things coming around. Me and Tony been talking about doing some stuff together here on the Dear American Network. So just stay tuned. Like I told you, growing pains. Got a lot of changes. We'll get there. I promise. From R. Watson 63. Now to be serious, I've been watching since Graham's truck rant. Sorry I missed yours, Chad. Sometimes I suck. Keep up the good work and God bless.
Chad's gone. I'll answer for him. Well, that's all right.
That's all right.
Thank you for bringing support.
As I tip my
Good.
cowboy hat to
There
you.
you go. All right.
Another
Moving on.
Striker J. I will always say to business owner friends scared to show Donald J. Trump support due to fear of losing business, I tell them, if you show your support, more people will support you and come to you just for that.
The Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Yeah, all by
Honorable.
himself. Oh, yeah, honorable man. Patootie. Let's talk over him. Misty024, Tony, we've missed you. Nice to see you back. To add, I'm upset to wake up to the news of Biden's pardon this morning. How do you pardon people who haven't committed a crime? Biden is a fool. Yeah. If you honestly think it was Biden's idea to pardon those people, nah. Biden was voluntold.
It's
to
like
do that.
It's like that scene in Blazing Saddles where that guy's having the governor sign. With Mel Brooks. Here, just sign this. Just sign this. He has no idea what he's signing.
Not a clue.
He's just signing whatever, and he's a complete bag of rocks right now. Is what he is.
The sheriff.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Megan knows what I'm talking about.
I do.
the Honorable
My
John
brother loved Mel
Jr.
Brooks.
and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Clarence.
Ugh.
From Mikey H. What does the ERS actually mean? Oh, the External Revenue Service. Okay, so that's what we're talking. That's what we were talking about yesterday. I think that's what you're asking. Yeah, Trump's starting this External Revenue Service to reach out to countries and collect debt that they owe us for certain things. So yeah, let's hope that works. Wonderful idea. This music sucks. Alicia Victoria, 88. Went to brunch Saturday with some friends, came home with one less friend. When they asked what I'll be doing with my Monday off, I said watching the inauguration. She lost her mind. 10-year friendship kaput. That's so sad.
That
Like,
wasn't
I
really
mean,
a friend to begin with. because-
listen,
Yeah.
if you're an Auburn fan, understand, I don't like you, but we can still be
Same.
friends just from a distance, you know?
You know, I lost a friend that I would consider to be one of my best friends. And I remember it was after the Mar-a-Lago raid. I was sharing other people's posts on my stories about how ridiculous it is and the contradictions and the hypocrisy behind the raid itself by the people who executed it. And this friend tried to gaslight me into thinking that I had lost my mind, that I was crazy, saying that we're all worried about you. And I'm like, who's we? I'm fine. Like, and I haven't talked to him since.
Yeah, and as Kendra just put in the chat, that wasn't. I know that sucks, 10-year friendship, but to disown you over your political beliefs, that's not a true
That's
friend
not
to
a friend.
to begin with.
That is
like,
not a
at all.
friend.
No,
That's a
not at all.
turd, is what that is.
I mean, I've had conversations with people who know since I started doing this show, and I've always been pretty conservative myself throughout my life, but they know where I stand now. And the thing about having friendships or acquaintances is that they can still respect your views, not agree with them, but they can still respect your views and still be either an acquaintance or a friend if they were truly that to begin with. So
Exactly.
people who do that are just people who don't put any value on the person you are, not just your views, but the person you are in general. So you don't need them to be your friend anyways. So
Yeah,
bye.
100%.
It's exactly right.
Oh
Because
my God! He's not wearing pants. He's not wearing pants.
no pants potty. But with
Yeah.
with that story I just told, Tony, that's a great point because it wasn't the fact that we disagreed politically. It was the fact of how he treated me
Right.
by trying to gaslight me. I was like, I don't need a friend like that in my life. That's not a
Exactly.
real friend. So if that person's willing to throw your 10-year friendship away, they weren't a good friend to begin with.
Yeah,
You have a whole new
100%.
family over here, Megan.
Yes.
We'll all be your friends.
Yay. I'm so
100%.
happy.
From Not Woke Troubadours, $5 from Not Woke Troubadours. Look, that's Baron right there, ain't it?
That's
It
Baron.
is.
Baron.
6'10" of him.
Man, that's a big kid.
So tall.
Tall.
From Moose. Loving that today's stream not only reflects Dear America, but the 4 shows each of you for 2025.
Aw.
Love y'all and proud to follow each of you. God
Aw,
bless. Thank you, Moose.
thank you.
That's very, very kind. All right, we got one more so far. X-Dog X. When are you going to have Tom McDonald on the show? I don't know the dude. Like, I mean, I'll ask him. I got no problem. I'll ask anybody anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I got, believe it or not, funny story. That's how on my show I've got an Avenged Sevenfold song as my intro and exit. I just emailed the band
That's the way you do
That's
it.
cool.
and they were like, yeah, man, awesome. Use it. Cool. I was like, best gym music ever.
There you go.
All right. And that is all of them for now.
All right.
You're not listening to the Goofy movie soundtrack when you work out?
I did yesterday. I did. I did rock some eye to eye and stand out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. And then Tev Campbell round and round from Graffiti Bridge. I did. I have to admit. I have
Oh,
to
that's old school right there, man.
Dude,
I
man,
had
Wow.
very old
Eye
school.
on repeat after Thursday.
Oh, thank God Cory Booker's in the house.
Oh yeah,
Yes, thank
hallelujah.
God.
Yeah. It's a
Look
golden
at
era.
Ivanka. She looks so pretty. That green? Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I noticed things like that.
Yeah, nice. She looks like a nice little painter right there. I like the.
The little beret.
Yes, it's adorable.
Here, I could have gone in there and been Jeff Bezos.
Sometimes it looks like Baron kind of shrinks himself down so that way he's not as tall.
See, I tell people all the time.
Escorting Dr. Biden and Mr.
Oh,
Emhoff.
Oh,
Republican
Dr.
Joint
Biden.
Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner. The Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick. The House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher.
Yeah, he's 12 people leading him. Turd. Well, we got another one incoming real quick. Shadow Ops RC from at Shadow Ops RC at
Ladies
Shadow
and
Ops
gentlemen,
RC.
Dr. Jill
There you go.
Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Doug Emhoff. That's exciting.
Very. Yes.
Now, isn't he a alleged rapist, not Trump?
Alleged
Yeah.
beater, like domestic abuse.
Woman beater?
Yeah, for real.
Alleged
He
is
probably
the key
wearing
there.
a white beater
Allegedly.
under that suit.
You remember at the State of the Union address too, before when Jill and Doug laid that lip lock on each other
Dude, yeah.
and got pretty intimate there as they were coming in.
Yeah, and then you had during the Kamala rally, you had them like, oh la la la, and then Tim comes up to his wife and like just shakes her hand and like he's like hugging a cougar, like a bird, like a bear. Oh my God, like,
Yeah.
that was so weird.
Ah, boy.
And yes, to the chat, yes, when Trump comes out, the volume will go up.
It
I
will go
promise.
up.
It will
You
go
guys,
up.
yeah, y'all don't need to hear him introduce Dr. Jill Biden.
Yeah. Doctor of what?
Doctor of Education. You remember when? I mean, there's so many memories that come back when Whoopi Goldberg said that she should be in charge of. She should be the Surgeon General because she's a great doctor.
Yeah, not that kind of surgeon.
Yeah,
Why is she wearing like cobalt blue?
she's got to make up for Election Day when she wore the red.
Red?
Suit. Yeah.
Well, take it
Let's
off.
make sure you're liking, make sure you're sharing. Let's get this thing going. I want to get a bunch more people back in this deal before this swearing in ceremony takes place. Let's get them in here, man.
Share.
There's a
We
lot
are
going
at
on in the country
one-
right now.
We're
One of the
at-
viewers named Riley_2024 said there's a lot of money and power in one room.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Joe
That's a
is.
lot.
honestly, it's just, I mean, that's got to be what, half the world's money in that room right there?
At least. And while we're waiting, do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget, okay, you can follow Chad at @WatchChad here on Rumble. You can follow Megan at Megamoo32, and of course, I'm the hot seat. We all stream our shows here on the Dear America Network, but do us a favor now that we have 6,000-7,000 of y'all in the chat here on Rumble. Go to our individual pages and follow those as well.
Yes.
Grow the network. Follow us on social
Yes.
media,
Yes.
Instagram, X, @WatchChad, Megamoo32, Todd Spears 1776. Tony's got all the underscores.
Yeah.
I
I'm
think-
Mex underscore and
You wouldn't
I,
believe
Tony.
how hard it was to find that name. Everybody already had a Mexican this, Mexican that, Tony
Yeah.
1, Tony 2. I mean, it's obviously there was, I got to the game late, so.
Tony, I sent you a friend request on Facebook.
Yeah, I
this
saw it.
one.
I just didn't want to accept it.
See, I know. It's the dadgum discrimination is what I'm fighting against. It's what I'm fighting against here. So.
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry about that,
like
Chad.
this.
I honestly have been off all socials because I was dealing with my mom's health and all her stuff. So I honestly have not been on top of all my stuff that I should be. But I'll get to it, people. So.
This is a
Okay.
redneck statement if I've ever heard it. From the Wolf 9092, Trump came back like Dale Earnhardt Sr., finally winning the Daytona 500. Epic. That's my kind of statement right there.
Now let's keep him out of the wall.
Yes, please. Thank
Yes,
you,
you-
Sterling Martin.
Oh,
I don't know. It
man.
could be like the Hail Mary from Tua in the Clemson championship game.
This is a good day, folks. It's a good day.
Yes.
It's a good day to be an American. It's a good day to be reminded of that you know what no one thought this would happen, and I'm so thankful it's happening now. It's happening now. We wouldn't have had the same administration if it had happened in 2020. This is going to be a whole new deal, man.
And don't forget, according to Party Foul Steve, at Party Foul Steve on Facebook and Instagram. Party Foul, you could have just sent a message, bro. You have to pay for it.
The world's most famous narcissist, right there. My man, Party Foul Steve. Follow him on Instagram for sure. We'll get him on the show here pretty soon once we get the studio set.
How old is Christy Nome?
Christy Nome?
Yeah.
She's younger than me, which that's not saying much.
Here, let me look it up.
Look it up. I think she's about my age.
She is 53.
Oh my God, are you serious? Never mind.
She looks incredible.
She does look incredible, and if you're ever with her in person, she could rival RFK in terms of how good a shape she's in.
She's 12
Oh yeah,
years
her
old.
arms.
12 years older than me. Never mind.
She got good arms.
How old did you say she was?
53.
Really?
She's older
Wow.
than you, Tony. Barely, but I mean.
What do you mean barely?
Like I said, she's my age.
I'm not even 50 yet, Todd.
I
this
thought
year.
I thought
this
you were
year I
50,
will be 50.
51.
Nope.
I'm 52.
Oh, okay.
52.
I'm
At Watch
35.
Chad, somebody. At
Yeah.
Watch Chad on X, somebody asked. While we're being vain and narcissistic here.
Yes.
It's good stuff. I got the celebratory cigar over here. This is a Placencia.
Well, if I would have known, I would have gotten a cigar and just been with you.
Party Foul Steve went to our favorite cigar bar here in the Woodlands, Texas last night. Wanted to get a Placencia, and they were all out. You know why? Because I'd gone in 2 nights ago and bought them all.
Like, these are mine. Thanks.
They're like, yeah, I'll take the last box. What a good day to be an American, folks. Let me see the American flag in there. You know, mix it up. Throw a MAGA in there. Throw an American flag. Throw a MAGA American flag. Throw an American flag MAGA in there. I don't care what you do. We're half an hour from this thing. I'm telling you, there's some war criminals in the room. I see them. There's a few war criminals scattered around. Boy, I look at these people and I just think about how hot hell's going to be.
I'm telling you, they better enjoy the temperature in that room right now because it's sure gonna be hot where they headed.
Oh man, there needs to be some massive repentance. I do remind everybody that you know, more than ever, 2 Chronicles 7:14, we need to be reminded of that. I know it's been repeated. You know, God says to his people, he says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and I will heal their land, forgive them and heal their land. So, boy.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting for those 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
A question for the panel. I'd like to get each of your answers here, your opinions here. For me, I already said what I'm most excited for with Trump coming in is just the safety of our country, just because I have daughters and my granddaughter. You know, but I would like to get each of your opinion. What are you guys most excited for? And Chad, if we can start with you, that would be great.
You know, I'm excited about the opportunity. I think there's going to be opportunity. A lot of us have lost some things. The economy has been horrible. Businesses have suffered. The entrepreneurial spirit has gone downhill, and I think we need to get back to just that opportunity, man. And I think people are optimistic about that right now. We're going to see some stuff come back. Now, is that the most important thing? I agree with you, Tony. I think that our national security, our borders, stopping this nonsense of saying that it's hate speech to be able to say you're going to have a border and you're going to secure that border. That's nonsense. But again, you don't have opportunity without the safety. So I think that the opportunity for success and wealth and prosperity, to me, prosperity means more freedom. It means more freedom, both personal and corporately. It means more freedom. You can't have that without the security. So it's a great question, Tony, but I'm very optimistic about some things.
Great answer. How about you, Todd?
For me, mine is way, way, way more simpler than that.
Performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus
Okay.
and America's tenor.
Honestly, it's American pride, man. Like, it's American pride and patriotism, and that's something that we haven't had for a very long time. Like, never in my lifetime would I expect people to be scared offended by the sight of that Old Glory. Okay, that flag represents so much. I've got so many friends that have lost their lives because for that flag, that have bled for that flag, and that thing just means so much to me. If I could put, honestly, and not bragging here, but if I could put my pride and patriotism in a bottle, I would sell it to everybody, because I really believe that once we get that American pride and that legit, like, the day after 9/11 patriotism back in that country, everything else falls into place.
Right.
Like, once that domino falls, everything else will fall into place. So for me, it's pride and patriotism.
That's awesome. That's awesome. How about you, Megan?
I mean, Todd stole my answer. It's true. I mean, I'm excited to see people not be afraid to show their American pride. Like, we live in the greatest country in the world. We need to take pride in that. We are given freedoms under God. We need to bring religion and Christianity back into our country and not be afraid to show our faith in God. And really to get rid of the stupidity behind the left trying to shut us up and shut us down, where we can have agree to disagree type of conversations with people.
Right.
Just conversation, period, where they're not belittling us, and we can be like, hey, you can call me names, you can say this, but I'm good. Like, I know where I stand. You can remain to look like an idiot, but just showing American pride and being proud of where you come from, no matter what state you're from or what country you've come into America from, and showing pride by wearing, red, white, and blue, having a flag outside of your house, not being afraid that somebody's going to come tear it down and rip it apart or burn it to the ground. We need to stop these riots where, they're burning flags, letting the flag touch the ground. We need to stand up more, and I'm so happy that people are showing their true colors and being like, I'm proud to be a freaking American, man. I'm proud.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
I mean, all those answers. I mean, there was not one wrong answer on there. All those answers were great. I mean, and that's what I'm talking about with Trump coming in. To all of your guys' points here, excitement and just patriotism and just being proud of us being Americans and being in this great country and getting this new administration to make our country great again. And I'm not stealing that line from President Trump, but I mean, that's really what it boils down to.
Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
God, I can't stand it.
Wait, I feel like I have a soundbite that could go good right here.
There he is.
There's the man.
There he is.
Look at him. Yeah.
All business.
Got the tan on point. The comb over is sharp.
All business.
It's like Christmas morning.
Dude,
It
they,
is.
they should be
Really
playing,
is.
they should be playing Eye of the Tiger. He's walking down the
Yes.
hallway
You know what
there.
they gonna play? Dun, 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 dun.
Let's go.
I want to hear it.
They'll do it. As soon as he's sworn in, they will do it.
There's Melania. Wow, she looks like Audrey Hepburn.
Man, look
She's
at that.
looking good. Very elegant.
Wow.
Bringing some class back to the White House. I like it.
Just as a joke, that looks like the hat Jack Nicholson wore on Batman.
You can
Leave it to
leave
Todd.
your hat on.
I had to say it. My
Leave
bad.
it to Todd. We all
Had to
think
say it.
she's looking
Wow.
She looks
an
great.
elegant model, and you're like, she looks
great.
like the Joker.
I didn't say she looks like. I said that's the hat he wore in Batman.
Yeah.
It's so like timeless classic. So
Gentlemen.
classy.
Let's broaden our minds.
She's got beautiful cheekbones. She does. I mean,
She
I'm a
does.
cheekbones. I am a cheekbones guy. Anytime I see a woman with nice cheekbones, I will ask my wife. I literally go over there and I was like, wow, your cheekbones are great. You have great structure in your face.
I love the way God built your face.
Exactly. Yep.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm a cheekbone guy.
Yep. I am.
President of the United States and the
Let's
Vice
bump up that live feed audio a little bit there, Todd, if we can. Please, sir.
Inaugural ceremonies. The Honorable Deb Fisher, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
No.
And Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
All right, you can bring it back down.
Yeah, definitely don't want to hear that.
And on that note, no. Sounded like they were about to play Star Wars.
Yeah.
Sure did. I was really expecting
know.
the Darth Vader death
I
march
know.
there.
Yeah, the Empire Strikes Back.
Ladies
You know
and
what?
gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable
The first
Kamala Devi Harris.
loser.
Who is the hair? The who? The her.
I had to. Sorry.
Do you think he knows he's in the building, or do you think he thinks he's at Chuck E. Cheese? That's the question.
They got him pretty well doped up, I would say, right now.
See, that's what I'm saying. He's like, where am I at?
I think they have him on so much Adderall.
Can't say that I feel he's very honorable.
Not one
With
bit.
what this administration has
Escorting the
brought to the
Vice
office.
President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating.
Uh-oh.
Did we lose our feed?
May have froze. Oh, there it goes.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect.
I thought that was on the feed.
Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
Hagen, they don't sound
Elizabeth
like
Farah.
me.
House
They
Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland. Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway. Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune. And the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise. Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer. Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer. And Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
MAGA in the chat, baby. MAGA in the chat.
MAGA, MAGA.
Daddy's home.
Daddy's home. This is what you guys have fought for, worked for. The greatest political comeback in the history of the world.
Wait, how is Biden taller than Trump now? Isn't Biden like 5'11"?
Let's go.
Ooh, there's a lot of people watching RSB.
A lot of people blowing it up. Blowing it up. Look at there. This is all you guys, man. Y'all are in the feed, so. Oh, boy. Reminds me of election night. Blow it up.
I switched.
Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us.
With nothing to fight the fire with.
No water.
They're just standing out there going.
Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Who next?
What we got? Somebody wake Joe up.
I guarantee
The
you.
lady was like, "Oh, it's me."
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy.
I'm sick of that word.
It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change.
That pen
It
making
allows
her look like she's
nations
from the Hunger Games.
like our
I was
United
just thinking
States
the
both
same
to
thing.
avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth.
Look at Joe Biden.
Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
It ain't in the right place. Woo.
Oh, who's this?
Alyssa is in the chat. It's happening, y'all.
Alyssa!
Where's Mama?
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Yes. Keep them going, guys. American flags in the chat. Keep them going. Non-stop. Let's go.
Must be some dust in here got in my eye.
I'm telling you.
I know. I'm getting a little teary.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Chad and
welcome
Megan are
Chief
salty.
Justice Roberts to
I
administer the
know.
Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Dude,
that gave me goosebumps.
Daddy is home.
Yes!
Let's go.
Let's
Blow 'em.
Let's go.
Blow 'em. Nice little 10-gauge blanks for the howitzers.
Let's go. Yeah. American flags in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it. Trump 2024.
America is back. Daddy is home.
Daddy is home.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yay.
Yes, Lord.
Yes. Come on. We did it, folks. We did it. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Wait. Get my Trump hat.
Let's go.
Look, my chihuahua's super excited.
Blow it up.
This is like epic.
Oh, yeah. It happened, folks. Thank God it happened.
Man, we did it.
It happened.
Don't you just feel like a blanket just was lifted off of your shoulders a little bit?
Here we go. Here we go. Yes. God bless him. God bless and protect him.
That lady does not know the words. That's okay.
We're going to hope it's a delay. Let's go. Getting the Republic back. Keep it going in the chat, folks.
That was beautiful in the rotunda.
Christ was born across the sea. With our glory in his bosom, that transfigured you and me. As he died to make men holy,
them, Altos.
The Sopranos are really hitting it up there.
And you know, that sounds amazing in that rotunda.
It does.
Here we go.
That's so. Yay!
Yes.
Yay!
Yes. Love it. Let's get to work. Get those pins out.
Yep, look at that look on his face. He's like,
It kind of looks like he's holding
I'm
back
ready.
some emotion.
You did it, y'all. God's guiding hand is still on this country, I'm telling you. Let's go.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
Go, baby!
Let's go.
Roll
Trump,
time.
baby, Trump.
Come on, man. Roll tight. Roll tighter as well.
I am. I'm from Bama.
Hit that like button, guys. I love it.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now.
Yes.
Yes.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
Lay the smack down.
And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly.
Yep. He's just throwing everybody under the bus.
Let's go.
And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago.
Go.
Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Let's go.
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Yes.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps.
Amen.
Man, look at Harrison Biden behind him.
He was not done with you yet.
Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success.
Oh, Biden's out.
We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution. And we will not forget our God.
It's nap time.
Can't do that.
Ready to put a lid on the day.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
You know, I'm looking at Darren, and he looks excited, but he also looks nervous. He's like scanning the room. I hate that for him. Yeah, I hate that for him.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Let's go.
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
All right. That's your call, boys. Go get them. I promise you, every SF member in DOD their mouth is foaming right now.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices.
Put it in their face, Donnie T.
Yes,
Put it in their face.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Let's go. Smells like money to me.
Exxon's happy.
We need to invest in drilling companies.
DBD in the chat. Drill, baby, drill. DBD in the chat. Let's go. Blow it up. Smells like money.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
My goodness. Real, baby, real.
He is gangsta.
Hit that like button, everybody. If you love it, hit the like button. Come on.
In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
ERS.
For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service.
Go get that
to collect
money.
all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury.
ERS.
Coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Yes. Doge, baby.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about.
Yeah.
We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Yes.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Two genders.
Yes.
Two genders.
There's only two.
Throw it up in the chat.
There's
You're
only
just
two. No more. No more.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our
Yes.
military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
Yes.
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 Let's go.
That's a lot of money right there, folks.
Let's go.
And he's probably one of them.
Let's go.
And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
Yes, sir.
Yay.
Love it. No vaxes, no taxes. Come on.
Can't imagine how many of his enemies are shaking in their boots right now.
Like in
Let 'em
2017, we
shake.
will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Sorry, Zelensky.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Stand up, Joe. Stand up, Joe.
He's like, do I have to do that?
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Yes.
And we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
And put the names of the bases back. Give
Yeah.
me Benning. Give me Bragg.
President
Fort Hood.
McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money
Here we go.
than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before.
Like never before.
Never before.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
Put a little DJT in the chat. DJT in the chat. DJT. Donald John Trump, 47th President of the United States. There it is, folks. You did it.
That's it.
You got it done. In the meantime, breaking news. Joe Biden has now pardoned all of his family.
Literally,
my
all
God.
of them.
Including
Everyone.
himself?
Yeah, he didn't put himself
Not
in
himself
there.
or Jill,
Okay.
but his brother, as we predicted. Joe Biden is now.
Please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Let's
yay.
give Carrie a little love here,
Yes.
man.
Get it, girl.
Volume up for Carrie.
Looking beautiful.
Good for her.
Mm-hmm. She looks nervous, which I like that. I actually like that.
She probably is a little bit.
She's
Yeah.
still a small town girl from Oklahoma.
Yeah, she is.
It's a big deal. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-ruh. That's okay.
Carrie, you got
See?
you got the lungs, girl. Do it a
Yep,
cappella.
yep.
See, even the government has a bad sound system.
Yeah.
Technology's horrible.
Technical difficulties, ladies and
Exactly.
gentlemen. Technical difficulties.
So if they mess it up, just give us some grace a little bit when we have
Yeah,
some technical
wasn't
Give her
us.
that music.
See, they're already in the chat. Todd, what did you do?
Lord, give her that music.
Yeah. She's about to be like, I'll just do it on my own. It's cool.
Oh no, they're icing the kicker. Not good. Not good.
Oh, boy. That's okay.
He's sitting there. I promise you. He's like, "Can we get this over with? I got work to do."
No kidding.
And Nuke says Todd with 2 D's. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not Toad. Poor thing.
Oh, come on.
She's probably thinking, of course, this would
Bless
happen
her
to
heart.
me.
Bless her heart. You know what? Keep blowing it up, DJT.
Oh, beautiful
There you go.
for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for sea to shining sea.
Yes, Queen.
I don't need no music.
Yeah.
I'm Carrie Underwood.
He's like, let's end this awkward silence. I'm just gonna sing it. Good for her. And you know what? Everyone's gonna remember that.
Yep. And I bet you I know where Bill Clinton's looking.
Yep. Guaranteed. Oh.
Hunger
Ladies and
Games lady
gentlemen,
again?
Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Amen. Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we would live in a nation Well, we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
That's a prayer right there.
That's God's hype man right there.
Prayer right there. Woo. If I had a gun, I'd shoot it.
Does somebody else follow him? How do you follow that?
Love that.
Yeah, follow that up, dude. Good luck.
Yeah, he's like, da, 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 da.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them,
Bless you.
reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets had gay, carbons bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at Star Spangled
Yes, Lord. Woo! Yes, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the president and official party depart the platform.
Let's bring the volume down on that, Todd. We gotta wind things up, man. Everybody's hung in there with us, dude. I mean, what an incredible.
Thank you guys so
What an
much.
incredible 3 hours hanging out with everybody, and just powerful. And again, we were texting back and forth a little bit. We mentioned a minute ago, Biden has now pardoned his entire family.
Yep.
Not the least of which, of course, is his brother James Biden. The Bidens were running a criminal enterprise. I mean, why else do you have 8,000 pardons? You know?
Yeah, I just gonna share this. I didn't want to put it in the chat, but as it stands right now, there's a chart. Joe Biden's got, dude, it's you know what? I am going to put it in the chat. Keep talking.
Yeah, put it on there. The only thing that rivals this chart in terms of, I mean, maybe you could say Jimmy Carter, who pardoned 200,000 people for, draft dodging the Vietnam War. But roughly 8,000 pardons because Biden wasn't running an administration. He was running a criminal operation. And, I mean, all these pardons, it just demonstrates that. I mean, why do you have to have so many dadgum pardons? It's insane. And if you compare that, I mean, the pardons that Trump did were minimal, but I hope we're going to see a lot of pardons today. Specifically, the J6ers. Let's turn them loose.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Turn them loose. Have you got that chart up there, Todd?
Yeah, I'm working to find it right now.
And then we saw a number of different things with the protesters outside. They had a full-blown. They got a full-blown guillotine out there in protest. People say, "Oh, January 6th, you had a guillotine." Yeah, it was a camera angle of a 3-foot guillotine. It was about this tall. They took the camera angle of it to make it look like they were out there literally trying to. It was a gallows that they were trying to put Mike Pence in. Here's that chart.
Just to give you perspective here, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, like, this is unfreaking believable.
Wow.
Wow.
That is.
It's very telling.
Like, there was a couple commuted sentences of cop killers in Virginia. The governor of Virginia is very pissed off about that, as well he should be. I mean, listen, I understand pardons. I get it. There are some people that spend 20, 30 years in jail for just, one mistakes, things like that. And that's, presidential power. I got no issue with that. But that chart right there is asinine.
Yeah.
Like, completely and totally
crazy.
Asinine right there.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Trump's back, baby. Daddy's back.
Yes, he is.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Time to go light this sucker up. Todd and I will be back in an hour for my show. We're not going to say the same things over and over again. I do want to take a look back at the Biden administration, some of the insanity. I'm going to summarize in pictures the Biden administration. So come back. You can watch it on my Rumble. You can watch it right here on Graham's Rumble on the Dear American Network. But come hang out with us 1 hour. That's 2:00, 1 Central. And Todd and I'll be back. Is going to be down and said, well, you never know what's going to happen with me and Todd. So
you don't know. That's true. And let's finish up these super questions real quick before we get out of here. So from Heather Baldwin, can we pray for Trump and JD? Heather, the reason I didn't do that is because I knew Franklin Graham was going to pray for Trump before, and I pray okay, but compared to what Franklin Graham and that brother just did,
yeah.
From Seahawk 12, good morning, y'all. What a beautiful day to be an American. For twice the reason, really, God bless it. 1 for Donald Trump coming back, and 2 for reflecting on MLK Day. Amazing leadership. 100% agree with that. From Java Julie, fellow Oregonian. Miss you, Tony. I think you guys should have Tony on all the important shows like this. Well, if he doesn't get deported tomorrow, we will. Seahawks 12. We finally get a real shot at cryptocurrency to skyrocket under Don. And I have to agree with this, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm in it. Buy XRP while it's still affordable. It is the 3rd largest token on the market. There is no lie there. XRP is where it's at. To Noise 5, the border is a huge concern, but patriotism is our foundation. We need to bring back our original values.
Amen.
Yes.
I agree with that. And this username right here, of course, Todd Hub fan. Do you think Trump will fix the trucking industry? The rates for loads are unreal, and the brokers are, in a way, stealing from the industry. Us truckers get paid pennies, and companies are struggling. Well, I mean, if the economy gets better and prices start going down just by default, I think the answer to that question would be yes.
Yeah.
Is it going to happen overnight? No, but just be patient. Todd Hub fan, nice username there, Slick. Skip_1074. Just want to say thank you for making my morning. Until first thing this morning, I didn't know you were going to stay live. I'm glad that you did.
Yay.
We did it just for you, Skip.
Yeah. From Skip again. Tony, welcome back. Chad, see you in Oregon. Todd, thank you for producing today. It's been fun picking on Royce for his ex-post while you're at the helm. Megan, thank you for being here and your show.
Oh, thanks, Skip.
All right. Skip again. But Todd and I are zennials. That may say we are males, and X won't accept us. We are, along with the new Vice President J.D. Vance, our unique micro-generation in honor of 1983, your brother. Yes, I was
Aw.
born in 1983.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Caddy Highlander. Like that name, too. Everything they say we're a democracy is a slap in our founding fathers' faces, especially my wife's seventh grand great uncle Benjamin Franklin. It's not a daggum democracy, but a constitutional republic. I agree. At Blaney, God bless President Trump. Simply Kybal. I love y'all. Praise God, we made it. Fight isn't over, fam. Let's bring more people to the gospel of Jesus. Let's do this.
Jesus.
Misty, Biden is literally pooping his pants. They must be so embarrassed, as they should be. Cacklemus political careers 10,000% over. Thank God for DJT. Thank you, DA team, for this stream. Not woke troubadours. Don't wake me up if I'm dreaming, because this 63-year-old is having a. I'm not saying that. America is back.
That boy not woke. That boy.
God protect President Trump. That's good though. Thanks for the nightmares. Michael Pinata, proud to have Trump as my boss again. Semper Fi. Now you can put in those retirement paperworks and actually have Trump sign them like mine. So there you go. Dennis Ward, thank you guys for streaming. This was a great moment. Mama HP, welcome back, Tony. It was awesome to meet you on my son's birthday, and glad to hear your mama is doing better.
It's great meeting all you guys. I was at my family's restaurant. That was awesome.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it.
Whee!
We did it, baby. We
all
got
we
through
got.
here.
Long
We got through
show.
here. The I don't have a good torch, but you know I got this camping deal here.
There you go. Smoke them if you got them.
It works.
Barely.
Barely. Listen, while Chad is trying to light his cigar, do not forget Megamoo 32. Go to that channel. And you're Megamoo 32 on every social media platform, right?
Yep,
Pretty much?
everything.
All right, so that is Megamoo 32. Go follow Megan here, the newest member of the Dear American Network. Follow her on her channel, all of her platforms. At Watch Chad over there on all his. Don't forget, you'll see me and him in not too long again on the Chad Prather Show. So it's going to be a busy day for producer Todd.
Yes, it
and
is.
as usual, you can follow me everywhere at Todd Spear 1776 or the channel here on Rumble, The Hot Seat. And that's all I got, ladies and gentlemen.
I love it. You guys did fantastic. I think we're gonna just keep twisting Tony's arm and keep bringing him back on here as much as we can. He's had a lot going on. He ain't going nowhere, baby.
Nowhere.
He's family. We can't get rid of him. He can't.
no
He's not.
goodness.
He's got immunity. But
I forgot to tell you guys, I quit. This is my last day, so I'm out of here. Yep, this 4 hour show
stuff.
it's killing my back right now. So
Good stuff,
man.
I am so proud of you guys. And listen, give yourselves a big round of applause, America. You did it. The MAGA movement is back. Let's see what happens with the executive orders today. Join us for the show later on. Follow all of these guys. Pray for Graham and Royce as they travel. They'll be heading back, and you guys will see them soon enough. Thank you for your patience with us as we work through it. Thank you, Todd, for producing the show.
yeah, it was a
Yes,
great
sir.
Show, Todd.
Yes.
You did a great job, Todd.
And
Great job.
WatchChad.com is where all the fun stuff is. Come find me at a live show. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. We're going to jump off here, folks. So, Tony, we didn't do it earlier, but will you pray us out of here, my dear brother?
Absolutely.
Come on.
Let's see. Father, thank you so much for allowing us to wake this morning and breathe air in our lungs and experience this wonderful and historic day. Thank you for keeping us all safe as we live throughout the day and live in this wonderful country we live in. Thank you for the movement that we had to get President Trump in there with Vice President Vance in there. It's been great, and it's been an experience, and we hope for wonderful things to come, and we know that your plan is there. We just need to have faith and strength to allow your plan to fulfill itself. I thank you for keeping everybody on the show safe. Thank you for all my brothers and sisters now. I love you, and I hope that you love us, and I hope we do not let you down. In God's name, amen.
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 Amen. Folks, thank you for being a part of the Dear America family. And click like, click share, and rate, review, do all the good stuff, man. Thank you for showing up in the chat. We will see you here. Todd and I'll see you here in less than an hour. We love you. God bless you, Dear America family. Megan, tell them bye.
Bye. Follow me on social media at MeganView32.
Tony, tell them bye.
I'm not as energetic as Megan, but we'll see y'all later.
All right, Todd, let them have it.
I love you, miss you, mean it.
All right, guys. We love you. God bless you. We'll see you shortly. Bye.
We might.
We might just hang out and stay right here.
There we go.
There we go. See ya.